try to. Oh, yeah. Yes. Good evening. Good evening, all. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Please rise for a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. This meeting is convened in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act of New Jersey. Let the official minutes reflect that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by publishing notice in the Asbury Park Press on Friday, January 8th, 2021, the Press of Atlantic City and the Star Ledger, and also forwarded to the Toms River Times, Toms River Patch, and WOBM News on Wednesday, January 6, 2021, and thereafter posting same on the Town Hall Bulletin Board for such notices and filing same with the Township Clerk pursuant to a resolution adopted by the Township Council on Tuesday, January 5th, 2021. The meeting dates have also been posted on the Township webpage. A roll call, please.
Councilwoman Urick.
Here.
Councilman Kopp.
Here.
Councilman Lotano.
Here.
Councilman Roderick.
Here.
Councilman Turnbach.
Here.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Present.
Council President Gagan.
Here.
First item on the agenda, the approval of minutes of August 10, 2021.
Move the minutes.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilman Turnbach, second by Councilwoman Urick. Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Councilwoman Urick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Next, tonight, for our honoring resolutions and presentations, we have the Toms River Police Department. We have retirements of Deputy Chief Michael Belcher and Senior Detective Roger Hull. We have the new hires of Officer Damon Corpin, Officer Kevin Corrigan, and Officer Robert King. And we have the promotions of Detective Joseph Mastronardi, Detective Graham Borg, and Sergeant Brian Dugan, Lieutenant Ronald Samarini, and Captain Christopher Anderson.
Move the resolutions and presentations.
And I'm sorry, also be Hunger Action Month.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilwoman Urick. Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilwoman Urick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes. Council, if you will, we are going to go out of order. We're going to do the presentation first for the Hunger Action Month, so she can attend another meeting. And then after all the swearing-ins, we'll have a brief break so the families can leave before moving on with the rest of the meeting. So.
Okay, thank you. We're gonna go. Welcome, everyone, and thanks for coming. It's a great night for us. We get to celebrate our retired members of the police department, as well as their replacements and promotions, so it's always a good thing. Definitely want to thank the mayor and council and business administrator for giving us the tools we need to continue moving forward, giving us the personnel we need to keep a lid on things out there. So thank you very much. I appreciate that. First, I want to honor Detective Hall. I have a little bit of a bio to read off. A little bit of a character, our Detective Hall. One of the best things that happened when he went on his terminal leave, we were able to shut his email off. So he couldn't make wisecracks about everybody, but he continues to surface somehow. So Roger grew up in South Toms River. He's a 1990 graduate of Toms River High School South. He attended Ramapo College and then was hired by the South Toms River Police Department in 1993, graduated Ocean County Police Academy. 1994, graduated Ocean County College with an associate's degree in criminal justice. He worked patrol in South Toms River and was traffic safety officer and part of the Ocean County Arson Task Force. South Toms River PD, in 1996, he was awarded the Valor Award from the 200 Club, Valor STR Police and Fire Combat Cross from Ocean County Fire Marshal Office for rescue a family of 7 from a structure fire. Promoted to detective in STR in 1999. When he left TR, he was hired by the Dover then Police Department in 2000, worked patrol, where he was a field training officer and founding member, or one of the founding members of the SET team, which is our undercover narcotics team. He was promoted to detective in 2012 and went back to the Arson Task Force and part of the Burglary West Unit. Several meritorious service awards from TRPD, MOCIB Merit Award for leading multi-state investigation of violent gang involved in home invasion, robberies, and homicide. And some other things in his spare time. He's Beechwood Fire Department since 1991. He's the current chief. He was Beechwood Citizen of the Year in 2019. And he's serving as the Ocean County Manager to New Jersey Firemen's Home. And one thing he wanted me to tell you guys was that in 1989, he was Cosmo's Male Model of the Year. And right now he looks like a 70s porn star, so we're congratulations. Mike, under the wire. Deputy Chief Mike Belcher. Deputy Chief Mike Belcher is a lifelong New Jersey resident and a 25-year veteran of Toms River Police Department. He's married to his lovely wife, Carol, and his father to 2 great kids, Michael and Bryce. Deputy Chief Belcher's education includes a bachelor's degree from Rutgers University, a master's of arts from Seton Hall, and graduated from New Jersey State Chiefs of Police Staff and Command Leadership Academy. Prior to being promoted to deputy chief, he served as captain in the Criminal Investigation Bureau. Michael was also assigned to the Administrative Bureau as an internal affairs lieutenant and to the department's patrol division as a shift commander. While assigned to patrol as a sergeant, he was assigned to the responsibility of training department personnel extensively in domestic violence policy and investigations, use of force, vehicle pursuits, emergency vehicle operations. Early in his career as a police officer, Deputy Chief Belcher earned assignments to narcotics, school resource officer, emergency service unit, and the bike unit. Deputy Chief Michael Belcher is currently the department's Operation Bureau commander. I just want to add, Mike left because he got a job with Port Authority as a captain. In Port Authority, their lieutenants don't want to get promoted. They lose all their salary and benefits and all that kind of stuff. So Mike stepped right in, a field of people interviewed for that job, and he came out #1. So we're happy that he moved on. We're sorry to lose him. He was a great partner to me, great friend. So thank you very much.
On behalf of the Fraternal Order of Police, Lodge 156, I'd like to congratulate Deputy Chief Belcher on his retirement, and I wish him the best of luck in his future endeavors with the Port Authority Police Department. And this, we present to him a shadow box on behalf of the union. Congratulations.
I didn't prepare any remarks, but I'm just going to speak to you from the heart for just a moment. Being raised in Newark and then in Madison Borough up in Morris County, I've had a kind of a bite of two different worlds, being a city boy and then hitting the suburbs. And I would say that my first 21 years of my life, I experienced a lot and I have no regrets. But I would say this, over the last 26 and a half years of my life, I count myself to be lucky to have been part of this culture, this agency. An agency that, for my money, bar none, is the best police department within earsight or eyesight of anyone in this room. Great men and great women who've taught me so much. I remember the path, I remember the hard work, the late nights, not so much the accomplishments, but I remember walking the path with good people, doing the right thing on a daily basis. So I appreciate the effort over the years from everyone from when I was the new guy, and I was told, hey, don't blink your eyes, it'll be over before you know it. And they were right. And I became the old guy telling the new guys, don't blink your eyes. It'll be over before you know it. So thank you for letting me be part of the family. I will take that culture and the effort and the work ethic, and I'll move it forward in my new agency, which I'm having a lot of fun learning. And I will always miss and be proud of the time I spent in your care and your custody of this community and the agency. And I appreciate it tremendously. Thank you for your time. Everyone have a great day.
Now, because of retirements, we get to hire people, which is even better. So, Officer Damon Corpon. Damon Corpon grew up in Manahawkin, New Jersey, and attended Southern Regional High School. After graduating, he attended Rutgers University, where he met his fiancée, Jennifer, and earned a Bachelor of Science degree in Mechanical Engineering. When Damon is not working, he enjoys spending time with his family and friends, as well as his dog. He first got his interest in law enforcement from his father, a retired sergeant from Stafford Township Police Department. He is joined today by his fiancée and his family, without the support of which he would not be here today. Damon is grateful to be given the opportunity to begin his law enforcement career at the Toms River Police Department and looks forward to upholding the high standard of the department has set. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Coming? Oh, it is. Okay. She's like, no. You don't have to do much.
I state your name. I, Damon Corpon. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support the Constitution. That I will support the Constitution. Of the United States. Of the United States. And the Constitution. And the Constitution. Of the State of New Jersey. Of the State of New Jersey. And that I will bear true faith. And that I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And allegiance to the same. And to the governments. To the governments. Established in the United States. Established in the United States. And in this state. And in this state. Under the authority of the people. Under the authority of the people. And that I will faithfully. Impartially. And justly perform. All the duties. Of the office of patrolman. Toms River Police Department. According to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Next, Officer Corrigan. Officer Corrigan is a graduate of Toms River High School South and College of New Jersey. He earned a bachelor degree in criminology and a minor in religion. For Patrolman Corrigan started his law enforcement career in Seaside Heights, where he was a Class 1 officer for 3 summers before going to Ocean County Police Academy. Patrolman Corrigan then worked in West Wildwood as a Class 2 officer and then was hired full-time in Robbinsville. Patrolman Corrigan is grateful to work for the community he grew up in. He has always thought of this department as the best around and far and proud to be part of it. Sorry. Thank you. He had to say that. They're just friends.
Do solemnly swear that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the United States, and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey, and I will bear true faith, and I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, and to the governments established in the United States, and in this state, under the authority of the people, and that I will faithfully, impartially, and justly perform all the duties of the office of patrolman, Township of Police Department, according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Officer Robert King. Robert King is the oldest of 5 children and lifelong resident of Toms River. Robert graduated from Monsignor Donovan High School in 2009 and went to graduate the Ocean County College in 2013. Robert began his law enforcement career in 2011 with Seaside Heights Police Department, where he's a Class 1 and then a Class 2 officer. Robert graduated from the Ocean County Police Academy in 2012 and was hired full-time police officer by the Pine Beach Police Department in 2013. Before joining the Toms River Police Department, Robert was a police officer for the Franklin Township Police Department in Somerset, New Jersey, since 2015. Robert is very grateful to be given the opportunity. Did you guys copy this from each other? Grateful to be given the opportunity to be a police officer for the Toms River Police Department. Robert would like to take this opportunity to thank his parents and for the continued support for giving him every opportunity to succeed in life. Congratulations.
I state your name.
I, Robert King,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and the Constitution of the State of New Jersey,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance to the same,
and allegiance to the same,
and to the governments established
and to the governments established
in the United States
in the United States
and in this state,
and in this state,
under the authority of the people,
under the authority of the people,
and I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and justly perform
all the duties
of the office of patrolman,
of the office of patrolman,
Township of Police Department,
Toms River Police Department,
according to the best of my ability,
according to the best of my ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Okay, now for our promotions. Detective Joseph Mastronardi, the 15-year officer with the Toms River Police Department. He graduated from Monsignor Donovan High School in 1998 and Rider University in 2003 with a bachelor degree in history. He began his law enforcement career at Seaside Park Police Department in 2003, where he worked up until he was hired full-time by the North Hanover Police Department in Burlington County. In May of 2006, Detective Mastronardi was excited to join a department formerly known as the Dover Township Police Department. I'm not reading that part. During his time as patrol officer, Detective Mastronardi was honored to receive several Merit Awards, Life-Saving Awards, and the Class B Award. He had served as a member of the TRPD Emergency Service Unit for 10 years, where he was operator as a grenadier. In 2016, Detective Mastronardi was assigned to the Ocean County Prosecutor's Office. Narcotics Strike Force in 2017 was assigned to the Toms River Police Department Special Enforcement Team, continuing in-depth narcotic-related investigations. Detective Mastronardi has also proudly served the Toms River Police Department as a field training officer, defensive tactics instructor, meme artist, and Public Safety Cadet Mark. You knew I was just going to read through all this stuff. I know. Despite any work accomplishment, Detective Mastronardi is proudest of his family. He's joined today by his wife Kelly and their 3 children, Nikki, Emma, and Joey. Emmy and Joey. Congratulations.
I state your name. I, Joe Mastronardi. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support. That I will support. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the State of New Jersey. And the Constitution of the State of New Jersey. And that I will bear true faith. That I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And allegiance to the same. And to the governments established. And to the governments established. In the United States. In the United States. And in this state. And in this state. Under the authority of the people. Under the authority of the people. And I will faithfully. And I will faithfully. Impartially. Impartially. Justly perform. And justly perform. All the duties. All the duties. Of the office of detective. Of the office of detective. Township Police Department. Township Police Department. According to the best of my ability. According to the best of my ability. So help me God.
Detective Graham Borg, he knows this well, it's like his 5th time up here, has been an Ocean County resident for the previous 18 years and a member of the Townsville Police Department for the previous 16. After growing up in Morris County, Detective Borg graduated from Western New England College in 1999 with a bachelor degree in criminal justice. Upon graduating from Somerset County Police Academy in 1999, Detective Borg began his law enforcement career with the Hillsborough Township Police Department. After spending over 5 years with the Township Police Department, he attained the rank of detective. He transferred to the Townsville Police Department in 2005. Over the previous 16 years, Detective Borg served for 7 years as a school resource officer, working both at Townsville High School East and North. During his time as a patrol officer, Detective Borg served as an evidence technician, a bicycle officer, a Marine One boat operator, and a field training officer. Additionally, Detective Borg served as a member of the Department's Emergency Service Unit for 9 years, spending the last 5 years as a sniper. Detective Borg is joined today by his loving wife, Melanie, their 2 children, Tanya and Emerson. Detective Borg would like to thank them, along with his extended family, friends, and colleagues, for their love and support over the previous 21 years. Congratulations.
I state your name. Graham Borg. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support. That I will support the Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the State of New Jersey. The Constitution of the State of New Jersey. And I will bear true faith. And I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And to the governments established. The governments established in the United States. The United States. And in this state. In this state. Under the authority of the people. Under the authority of the people. And I will faithfully. And I will faithfully. Impartially. Impartially. Justly perform. Justly perform all the duties. All the duties. Of the office of detective. Of the office of detective. Township Police Department. Township Police Department. According to the best of my ability. According to the best of my ability. So help me God. So help me God.
Congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sergeant Brian Dugan, lifelong resident of Toms River, graduated high school north in 1996, then received his Bachelor of Science degree in criminal justice from Stockton. Sergeant Dugan has been involved in many different aspects of the department while assigned to the patrol division. He enjoyed his time as a cadet advisor, teaching and inspiring young adolescents interested in law enforcement. This led to his role as a field training officer, where he guided and mentored new hires for Toms River Police. As a taser and firearms instructor, Sergeant Dugan has rendered his skills and expertise to the certification process at TRPD. In addition to his instructor roles, he also played a vital role in the union, displaying his commitment and dedication to his brothers and sisters of PBA Local 137. Sergeant Dugan served as a union vice president for 2 years and president for 4 years. During his tenure as president, PBA Local 137 received the award PBA Local of the Year from the state of New Jersey. Sergeant Dugan is the proud father of his 2 children, Jameson and Lacey, and has been married to his supportive wife, Elise, for 12 years. Above all, Sergeant Brian Dugan is humbled to earn the rank of sergeant at Toms River Police, joining his older brother, and his late father. He is proud to carry on the Dugan legacy. Congratulations.
I state your name. I, Brian Dugan. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support. That I will support. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the State of New Jersey. The Constitution of the State of New Jersey. That I will bear true faith. That I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And allegiance to the same. And to the governments established. And to the governments established. In the United States. In the United States. And in this state. In this state. Under the authority of the people. Under the authority of the people. And that I will faithfully. Impartially. And justly perform all the duties of the office of sergeant, Toms River Police Department, according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Almost there. Lieutenant Ron Cermarini was born and raised in Toms River and a proud graduate of Toms River High School District. Following high school, he attended Western Maryland College, where he received his bachelor's degree in history. Lieutenant Cermarini graduated the Ocean County Police Academy in 2001, and this year completed his 20th year with the Toms River Police Department. Prior to being promoted to lieutenant, Lieutenant Cermarini was a supervisor in the patrol division for 6 years, where in addition to supervising his squad, he was in charge of the department's motorcycle unit and youth cadet program. Following his days in the patrol division, Lieutenant Cermarini moved to administration, where he served in the professional standards unit, where he oversaw department training. Following his days in professional standards, Lieutenant Cermarini transferred to the department's community affairs division, where he supervised school resource officers, park security, and town hall security. Lieutenant Cermarini currently serves as the midnight shift commander. Lieutenant Cermarini is proudly joined tonight by his father, Tony, his wife, Melissa, and their 2 children, Benjamin and Matthew. Congratulations.
I state your name. I, Ron Cermarini. Do solemnly swear. Do solemnly swear. That I will support. That I will support. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the United States. The Constitution of the State of New Jersey. The Constitution of the State of New Jersey. And that I will bear true faith. And that I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And allegiance to the same. And to the governments established. And to the governments established. In the United States. In the United States. And in this state. And in this state. Under the authority of the people. Under the authority of the people. And that I will faithfully. Impartially, and justly perform, all the duties, of the office of Lieutenant, Toms River Police Department, according to the best of my ability, so help me God.
Last but not least. Hey, I didn't call you yet. No. Captain, no, come on. Captain Christopher Anderson. I was his training officer. Go figure. He's a lifelong resident of Toms River and has been married to his lovely wife, Colleen, for over 20 years. He has to say that. They have 2 children, Isabel, 18, and Kevin, 19, both graduated High School North. Captain Anderson graduated from Toms River High School East in 1991, earned his associate's degree at Ocean County College, his bachelor degree in public administration from Fairleigh Dickinson, and is currently finishing his last semester of his master's program. Before joining our department in 1995, Captain Anderson worked for the Medford Lakes Police Department and Seaside Heights Police Department, where he graduated with the 62nd class of the Ocean County Police Academy. As an officer, he was a member of the Traffic Safety Bureau, where he was a certified accident reconstructionist, information technology, the Administration Bureau, and special projects. Over his career, he supervised patrol, the municipal jail, fleet and plant maintenance, the school resource officers, and the communications center. As a lieutenant, he supervised the midnight shift and evening shift patrols as shift commander before joining the Detective Bureau in 2019. Captain Anderson participated in the 2017 Senior Leadership Development Program hosted by the Greater Manchester Police Department College of Policing in England, and also attended the 16th session of the New Jersey Chiefs of Police Executive Institute. He also graduated from Northwestern University School of Police Staff and Command, class number 458. Captain Anderson recently completed FBI hostage and crisis negotiation training in Monmouth County, along with detectives. Chris is honored to be part of the professional and hardworking team of men and women that make up the Toms River Police Department Detective Bureau, both past and present. He would like to offer many thanks to family, friends, coworkers who have helped him support him in the last 27 years of his law enforcement career. Congratulations.
I state your name. I, Christopher Anderson. Do solemnly swear. That I will support. The Constitution of the United States. And the Constitution of the State of New Jersey. And that I will bear true faith. And allegiance to the same. And to the governments established. In the United States. And in this state. Under the authority of the people. And that I will faithfully. Impartially. And justly perform. All the duties. of the office of captain. Toms River Police Department. According to the best of my ability. So help me God.
That concludes our hiring and promotion ceremony. Thank you all for all of your support, as always, and your family members in our department. And thank you again to the council, the business administrator, and the mayor for keeping us moving and letting us do this every time. Thank you very much. Have a good night. Take a 5-minute break.
Just start with the 5-minute breaks. That way, those of you that want to leave, feel free.
High school, one of those new hires.
Really?
The kid who just said he graduated from Mondon in 2009. I know if I feel like putting my password back in my computer for a while.
We're gonna have to close the doors too. Oh, I didn't mean for you to have to do it. But...
All right, we'll begin. Sorry about that. We'll begin again with the meeting.
Moving on, item 7 is an ordinance of the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey, approving application for a long-term tax exemption and authorizing the execution of a financial agreement with Meridia Toms River 40 Urban Renewal, LLC. Final reading.
Council President, can I make a motion with regard to 7 and 8?
Go ahead.
Sure.
Yes.
As I indicated previously, the council, at least myself, I've received 6 email requests over the last 24 hours from residents within the community asking the council as a whole to table consideration of Ordinance 7 and Resolution 8 for a period of 2 to 4 weeks. The basis for that request consistently seems to be that the township released the redevelopment agreement to the public yesterday. The redevelopment agreement is 230 pages. The residents of our town are asking for time to be able to consider that. And this is a major project here. It's a $65 million project. Obviously, there's a lot that goes into the redevelopment agreement. We've read it time and time again. So we are a body that wants to hear from our residents. We want the transparency of this project. So on behalf of the 6 residents that have emailed me separately, I'm going to respectfully request that the council consider tabling consideration of this motion for a period of 2 to 4 weeks to allow the residents who have picked up the redevelopment agreement to consider the same.
I would second that motion. But before we vote, I wanted to ask the township attorney a question regarding some conflicts that have been brought to my attention by residents.
We have a motion on the floor.
Well, yeah, before we vote on that motion, it would be related to that. That's,
Matter of procedure?
would that be all right?
Sure. Well, and what is your question?
Well,
Councilman Roderick.
a resident reached out to me, and they had said that
Worth?
Councilwoman Maria Maruka accepted a political donation from Pamela Wilson, who is allegedly the office manager of the developer's attorney, Robert Shea. And they had also said that Councilman Lotano owns property downtown and shouldn't be allowed to vote on this either. They also mentioned the fact that both Councilman Lotano and Councilman Kopp are in construction, although I'm not so sure that that would be a conflict. So I just wanted to raise those issues before we vote on the motion to table.
Okay, Councilman Turnback also owns property downtown as well.
Does he? I didn't.
So just because I'm in the mix now, I had reached out to our township attorney prior to today's proceedings because I knew this was going to become an issue, and I would ask our township attorney to speak to the fact that both Councilman Lotano and I are owners of buildings in downtown Toms River, and opine on that before we proceed.
Yes, none of the scenarios just described present a conflict of interest under the law. The mere ownership of property presents too remote an interest. Any effect that would flow to those properties would be no different than any other property that existed downtown. And the other scenario you described is not a conflict under the local government ethics.
The political contribution.
That's correct.
Okay, I wanted to be able to ask that on their behalf. But I do second Councilman Turnbuck's motion.
Mr. Molino, can I just ask a question? Is
Go ahead, Councilman
my
Lotano.
occupation or Mr. Kopp's occupation have any bearing or anything to do with this?
No, you're not the constructor of the project. So
Right,
no.
okay, thank you.
Okay. There's a motion on the floor in a second. Would you do a roll call, please?
Yes. There was a motion made to table the number 7 and number 8, Council President.
Number 7 and 8.
Number 7 and 8. Motion made by Councilman Turnbuck, seconded by Councilman Roderick. Councilman Turnbuck.
Let me just say that we have a lot of interest to balance up here, and I know there's interest from the developer to have a decision made on this. I know that the attorneys have put a lot of time in. I know that the council has put a lot of time into this, but we have to balance the interests of the developer, the interests of the business owners with the interests of the residents of Toms River. And they have a right to review the redevelopment agreement. It's been released. And in fairness, it's 230 pages long, and it was released yesterday. And most of the residents that I know that picked it up have daytime jobs, and I'm sure came home last night and tried to decipher what the agreement said. So I don't think it's an unfair request on their part to ask for time so that they have an understanding of this agreement, because obviously this project can have long-term effects, hopefully positive, but we need to consider that and at least have them have the opportunity to review it and have their voices be heard. So I'm not, it's not lost on me that people want a decision on this project, and we've been working day in, day out with regard to this and trying to answer questions and get facts out. So I'm going to ask the council respectfully to consider it so that everybody has the time. Thank you. I vote yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilwoman Urick.
So this is not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This is not something that we just, as a council, found out about yesterday. This has been in the works for over 2 years. This exact specific project has been in the works for over 2 years. It's been modified, it's been argued about, it's been discussed. So I vote no. It's time to vote on this.
Councilman Kopp.
No.
Councilman Lotano.
I also had a concern about the financial agreement. When I looked into it, almost never is the financial agreement given to the public prior to it being signed, Also, there's a distinction between the business owners and residents. Almost all the business owners in downtown Toms River are also residents. So they are both. This vote has been, lingering on. I think we've answered a lot of questions. We're prepared to answer more tonight. I vote no.
I'm sorry, Councilman, that was no?
Correct.
Council Vice President Maruka.
There has been quite a bit of discussion on this. I know the financial agreement, some of the residents have some concerns about it. That's why I'd like to move this to a final so we can have the public hearing on it. I vote no on the motion.
Council President Gagan.
No.
So the ordinance will not be tabled. Council President, I do have a question. Will you like to hold the public comment?
Now we will hold public comment. Anybody wishing to be heard on this, please raise your hand. Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Sito, if you would, state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is James Sitta. I live at 63 Grand Avenue, kind of right around the corner from where I grew up.
If I may interrupt you real quick, we will be, we asked our attorney to look into it. We will be holding everybody to a 5-minute timeline for comments.
Well, I understand that you like to limit everybody to 5 minutes, but I've lived here for 74 years, and I respectfully request not to be limited. I may be done in 5 minutes, Mr. President. However, I intend to keep talking until I'm done. I've lived in this town all my life. I was born here. I was raised here. I worked here. I practiced here. I sat on the bench here, and I'm still working here. I have very rarely come to a public hearing and voiced an opinion about anything because I relied during my whole life on the elected officials to act in what I believed would be the best interest of the town. That being said, I have a few comments to make with regard to this. I'll start by saying that I don't think anybody here in this room will argue with the fact that the downtown business district of Toms River needs something to give it a little boost, and it has needed it for a long time. Many of you are much too young to remember the history, but our then town fathers back in the early 60s, when under the Johnson administration, urban renewal money came available under the Great Society program to collect the inner cities. And our then town fathers couldn't resist to reach out and grab some of those federal dollars. So they got them. And that urban renewal led to the tearing down, the acquiring, the condemnation, and the acquisition of all of the historical stores on the south side of East Water Street to become part of Huddy Park and a resultant parking lot. I don't know whether it was worth it or it wasn't worth it, but there was no consideration given to those business people. They were done. Then the master plan and the zoning ordinances that were adopted became very restrictive as to the requirements for setbacks, for parking, minimum number of on-site parking spaces for each type of use. Each was different. It could make even an attorney's head spin trying to read those ordinances and figure out what a property owner could do or not do. The planning board worked very hard. In fact, my father-in-law was the chairman of the planning board for 12 years. No thanks to him or any of the other members who were trying their best. The downtown area died. So what did the town council do? Then the township committee. They decided to rezone our riverfront properties from Huddy Park all the way to Rosendal's property as the seaport, the village seaport zone. The village seaport zone was a great idea. It was lauded by the then town fathers that it was going to be the panacea to the death of downtown Toms River. It was going to attract business investors. It was going to attract the type of attractions that would make people want to come to Toms River and stroll around the downtown like they did in other towns along the Jersey Shore. The only problem was they applied the same strict on-site parking requirements, making the square foot development of actual uses practically impractical and impossible for any business or any developer to make any money. How do I know that? Drive down Water Street from Main Street to Dock Street and see how many wonderful businesses have been developed since 1968.
Mr. Sitta, if you'd like to come back up after we've had a chance to ask others for their comments, you're welcome to, but
Was that my buzzer?
that was, sir. Okay.
Council President Kagan,
Well-
why not let, 76 years you said you were in town?
I understand that,
I'm
but
74.
again, there's a lot of
74.
people,
And I think
there's a lot of
I deserve
people.
more than 5 minutes,
But-
and
and-
I'll ask somebody else to give me some of their time.
Well, again, yeah, everybody has to be given an equal chance. I mean, if you were sitting up here on the bench, we would want that.
If
So,
I was sitting on the bench, I would respect the First Amendment, Mr. President, and I wouldn't suppress free speech.
And no one's trying to suppress it. We just want to get to all the residents that we can.
With
That's
all
right.
due respect, Council
And
President,
that-
you've extended time for other speakers in the past when they're speaking about
And I
something
think-
and
And
you are
it's
interested
turned
in
into,
speaking
you know,
about.
a circus. Thank you very much, Councilman
I
Robert.
don't think it's
We're
a
trying to.
I'm not trying to create a
No,
circus.
no, I know you're not. It's our counterpart that usually turns a circus into these events.
Well, you know, I'm
But
not here-
we're trying to get others to
I'm not here
speak.
over politics. I'm not here to create a circus. This is
And
probably
instead
the
you are.
second time in my life I have spoken at a public township
Okay.
committee meeting. The last time was when everybody wanted to object to construction of our police station on Oak Avenue. And I stood up as a young 21-year-old resident and spoke in favor of it.
Well, thank you.
That's the last time I spoke publicly before the governing body of this town.
Okay. Well, we just need to give everybody else a chance to speak. I'm sorry. You're more than welcome to step up again.
Are
after
you
we've
going to
had a
give me
chance.
more time?
At the end, yes, sir.
Really?
Yes, sir.
We'll see.
All right. Next. Who else? There was people on the right. I'm trying to go orderly. No one? Okay. Ma'am, you in the green shirt dress, step on up. Yes. If you would just state your name and address for the record, please.
This is taller than me.
You can tilt it down. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Virginia Pearl. I didn't come to speak tonight, but I will because of what Mr. Sitta said, because I owned an art gallery on Water Street at 96 Water Street for 15 years. I took one of the old houses and I worked on it and made the downstairs an art gallery, and for a long time it worked for me, but I sort of did a lot of hard work to bring people in because there is no walk-by. There's no other businesses there to help, and in the end, after 15 years, it just wore me down I wanted to do it. I was looking at the river. I kept thinking, this is the seaport of Toms River, but nobody is here. Why are we not using this beautiful place for the public? And I thought a lot about this and talked to my husband, and he said to me, Jenny, something is wrong with a town where the finest, most glorious building down there is the county jail. And it is so. We need a beating heart in Toms River. I needed walk-by people, not always having to do events to draw them in. I remember, Mr. Lotano, your father coming in and talking to me, and we talked a long time, and I said to him, there's no walk-by, there's no beating heart. So when I heard of this project, I thought, oh, this is good. I'm not so sure I like it to be so big, but we have past mistakes. Not having the foot of Hooper Avenue where we all went to hear music, and some of you when you were very young, I'm sure. But that was a glorious thing for us to have had, and we don't have that. And so many more. So, too much of the county owns downtown Toms River, so we don't have enough residential. I like the idea of the residential, but I don't want us to make more mistakes. I want it to be fine-tuned, and I'd like to be able to trust that it's going to be what it's said to be. I guess that's all I have to say, because it's in your hands, really, to think this through and to really deal with people's fears and concerns, that it turn into something different. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your input. Mr. Hull.
Good evening, council members. I'm sure all of you on the council are aware I sent some emails last week. I was
Excuse me, sir, your name for the record?
I'm sorry, it's Paul Williams, Broad Street, Toms River. And I sent some emails to you last week, and as you know, I was very interested in obtaining the documents that were the subject of the last council meeting, that are the subject of this matter right now. And it's very telling that the responses that I got were that my request for these documents was sent to someone who handles OPA requests, when my letter was very specifically not an OPA request. It was a letter. And come to find out just yesterday that one of those documents that I was requesting several times last week was actually on the website. And for someone who is pretty computer literate, it was interesting to have to be in Mr. Molino's office and ask him to show me on the website where it's at. We have a $60 million project that's going on at downtown Toms River, and the general public doesn't know about it. And you can't find the documents because it's the details. It's not the shiny, glittery stuff that we're interested in. We're interested in knowing the details. And it is disingenuous, if not disrespectful, to put in the air that you're voting against Councilman Turnback's motion because this has been talked about, because it's been out there. The documents, the details have not been out there. They have not been out there. The financial agreement that was just voted on 2 weeks ago was only on the website for 2 weeks. I only was able to see it yesterday. The rest of the agreements that I was looking for were provided yesterday to me through an email. They were provided to me. They were provided to people who specifically asked for it, who had the forethought and the knowledge to know that those are the documents we're asking, who had the knowledge and the forethought to know who to ask for those documents. The general public has not had an opportunity to review and consider and provide you with our input about these matters. It's also pretty disrespectful to act as if you don't need to hear from us. We're concerned about this. And for myself, trying to remain neutral about this becomes increasingly difficult with the manner in which you all are governing. You're governing in a fashion that's tyrannical and dictatorship because you're not listening to us and you're not interested in hearing from us. For years, this has been out there in the air and people are talking about it. We're not talking about the business community talking to you. We're talking about ordinary residents. Because this has implications beyond downtown Toms River. Because of the implications of the school children who are going to live in those 2 10-story buildings. This has huge implications. We want to have an opportunity to review these things and provide you with our input. One of the most One of the councilmen who I believe, above all of you, wrestles the most with doing the right thing, and seconded by another councilman who it's very obvious you don't get along with, and frankly, I don't either. But he's making sense. These two men made a motion, and it was seconded, and you dismiss it under this illusion that, oh, well, it's been out there. We've talked about it all this time, over years. We've known that the redevelopment is coming. But we didn't have the opportunity for the details. We get these hour-long presentations of this shiny, glittery stuff, but we're interested in the details. I'm interested in the details. I've looked into who the developer is. Cool. He does great work. It looks beautiful. No doubt about it. But we're interested in the numbers. We're interested in the implications. And you all are not talking to us. You're not selling this to us. It should be like a campaign. You should have been out and about talking to all the residents. We live in a world of social media, and none of you have taken advantage of that. It's a free advertisement source, and none of you have used it as an opportunity to sell this to the general public. You could do that had you granted the motion and put this on hold. You could have at least made an effort to try to sell this, but instead you're shoving it down our throat. I sent you an email earlier today. Some of you may not have had an opportunity to get it and review it because of the late time.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hall. Mr. Williams?
Well, check your emails. There's an interesting email in there. And I would ask that you, when we're done with public comments, that you, that someone make another motion and reconsider the motion by Councilman Turnbeck.
Yes, ma'am, if you would. If you would, state your name and address for the record, please.
Diane Oxley, 1944 Merrimack Drive, Toms River, New Jersey. I was at the last meeting on Thursday, and I was told as far as school taxes, it was going to be $8,000. Last year, Toms River spent $18,275 per student.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you turn around and multiply that, even by 25 students that you suppose saying are going to be in these apartments. You're talking about $456,000. Now, if you're going for 30 students, you're talking about $548,000. You're going up, and you're not going to tell me that there's just going to be 25 children in these apartments. How come the board member came here and said $8,000 per student when we paid $18,276 last year?
Yeah.
I'd like to know.
Okay, and thank you for actually being the first one to ask a question. Mr. Baumann can explain that. It was explained at the other meeting, I know, about the fixed costs and whatnot.
Yeah, I think the one thing that the municipality and the Board of Ed agreed on was what's the cost per student, and it was between $8,000 and $10,000. And why that number is because you do not hire another principal when another student shows up. You don't have additional debt service when another student shows up. There's a lot of expenses that are there regardless of how many, whether additional student 1, 2, 3, or 10 show up. So the 8,000 to 10,000, which again was agreed to, the Board of Ed, the municipality, I think the professionals, they came to, that was the number that seemed to equate to what an actual student might impact on the budget as opposed to costs that exist no matter what. But that includes, like, for example, if a new, part of it's in there, yeah.
But he's trying to
Asked the
answer
question,
her
I
question.
answered it.
Yes, ma'am.
I was on the school board 10 years ago. Up
Okay.
in Pennsylvania, each student costs $13,000. So you're not going to tell me 10 years later in Toms River that you're paying $8,000 per student, because that is not true.
Ms. Oxley?
That is not telling the truth.
If you don't speak into the microphone, you're not on the record.
All right, did everybody hear me? 10 years ago, $13,000 up in Pennsylvania, quaint little town. So you're telling me that it's going to cost $8,000 a student? I'm sorry, somebody is not telling the truth here, and they're not. So I don't know where you're getting your numbers from, but they are not the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Baumann, can you come up one more time and explain how that number came to be? No, Mr. Baumann, I asked.
I understand you asked Mr.
Mr.
Baumann,
Sitta.
but I would like to state
Mm-hmm.
that we didn't come here to listen to Mr. Baumann.
Oh.
He's had his opportunity to make his presentation, and we want our opportunity to make our presentation.
We're-
And I want to know whether his comments cut into that lady's 5 minutes. Because what's going on here is starting to become like a railroad running down the
Okay,
track,
Mr.
picking
Sitta,
up
thank you.
speed.
So I think Council President Andrew Janu from Beacon Planning, who actually authored the report that was involved in discussions with the Board of Ed, would be best to give more precise answer to the question.
Thank you.
Certainly. Yes, your expenditures are high. The overall
Would you
expenditures.
just, guys, we'll have some order, Mr. Sitta. Mr. Sitta, please.
I don't know who he is.
Okay?
My name is
I
Andrew
just asked him to identify himself. He couldn't hear me over all the screaming, though, yourself included.
My name is Andrew Janu. I'm a professional planner and a principal in the firm of Beacon Planning and Consulting Services, and we prepared the community impact statement for this project. And we do redevelopment work throughout the state of New Jersey. So while your published per pupil rates are, let's say, $15,000, $16,000, perhaps a little bit higher, those include fixed costs that aren't repeated depending on how many students are. There's things like infrastructure, there's administration costs that don't go up per pupil. It also doesn't consider any allocations you get from other funding sources other than tax revenue. So when we look at the analysis of what the additional cost would be for pupils that are added to the system, we look at cost of instruction, cost of transportation, things that actually would be affected by the number of pupils, things that would be added to the cost for those pupils, not the fixed costs that are distributed throughout the program. We also noted that you have fixed costs and you have a declining population. So when we were doing the research here, you have fixed infrastructure here, you have declining population, so you don't need to add infrastructure. You actually have room in classrooms, you have room within instruction, and the number of teachers you have, because COVID aside, you lost almost 1,300 students in the last 6 years from just because of population trends. So when we looked at it, we came up with a number of around $8,000 per student as the cost per pupil that would be added into the system. In talking to the school board, they came out with about a $10,000 number. We're not all that far off. We're in agreement with respect to the number of pupils that would be generated here. That comes from the Listigan study, which is a nationally renowned study published by Rutgers University and applied throughout the state of New Jersey and tested time and time again. And that's just the professional application of facts that went into the study.
Thank you. And you consulted with Toms River Schools on this?
Yes, we did. We contacted the superintendent in preparing for this.
Can I ask
thank
some
you.
questions, Council President?
Yes.
Mr. Janarone, I thought we were discussing a number of potentially 36 students where you had indicated there would be 28 that were non-special needs and then special needs
Well,
students.
no, we estimated a number of school-age children. The study doesn't go specific in terms of how many would be special needs, how many wouldn't be. What we spoke on the meeting on Thursday, we looked at what your trends are within Toms River, and I think we indicated that about 18% of the population, the student population in Toms River is classified as special needs. So I think Thursday, that number was projected as part of that 34, 36 student. Okay, but that is a per pupil, just as that published rate of $15,000, $16,000, $17,000, it goes across the board. That already considers the 18% of special needs students that you have already in your system. That's distributed through that cost.
How much does a special needs student cost here in Toms River?
It depends on what the special needs are. There's a variance of specialty services.
Have you spoke to Mr. Doring, the business administrator?
But we did speak about it.
Okay.
And again,
Is it fair to represent that it's 30,000 to 100,000? That would be what Mr. Doring would say to you?
well, again, when we were here Thursday night, Mr. Dorn agreed. Mr. Dorn stipulated that his numbers crunched to about $10,000 per additional pupil, and that was averaging standard pupils and special needs pupils. We're at about $8,000. So that's the spread that we're talking about.
I can indicate to you, I spoke to Mr. Doring, and it's $10,000 for a non-special needs student, 30 to 100,000 for special needs. If you calculate the numbers, we're due to get $393,000 on this project. We won't cover the cost. And I guess the ultimate question is, How much of this pilot program is designated for the students of Toms River?
And I believe on Thursday, there was a discussion that that would be a negotiation that would happen between the council and the school board.
Has that happened yet?
And not yet.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there any other resident that has any questions? Thank you, sir. Any other resident that has any questions on this?
Can I ask a quick question about that agreement, potential agreement? Is that possible that it can be negotiated before the financial agreement is established, Mr. Merlino?
I think Mr. Ballin would be best to answer that question.
Go ahead, sir. We'll get to your question in a moment.
Does my buzzer start after I introduce
No,
myself?
that's
or
correct.
before? Okay, 10 seconds. Arnold Toronto, Shady Nook Drive, Toms River. We bought our home in 1973. You figure it out. It's not 74 years, but it's a few.
Long time.
Our children went through the school system, and they all have either several associate degrees from OCC or bachelor degrees, or both. Speaking about education, if it costs $10,000 per student, with 285 apartments, we would have what? Maybe 100 students? And there are, how many, what's the multiplier? Lou, what's 100 times 10,000?
$1 million.
$1 million, okay. Thank you. I spoke with one of the gentlemen Thursday night, either at the mic or in person. He said, oh, we're going to be paying at least $400,000 in property taxes. Well, that doesn't cover $1 million cost, but this ordinance is a tax-exempt ordinance. So the $400,000 was fictitious. The number is zero. The township will be, by this ordinance, the township will be receiving $0 for police protection, fire protection, education, social services, you name it. Anything the township provides is gratis, but we get $1 for the property? When it cost us over $3 million? It doesn't make sense, folks. 2 10-story towers, residential towers, and they said underground parking. On the banks of the Toms River, we're going to have underground parking? Do we get submarine permits for every resident? What's going to happen? But we need answers.
Okay.
The request for a motion to table the vote was excellent. I thank you. And I thank you for the second. I'm not sure I can thank you for voting the other way, folks. But, the townspeople have not been informed of the redevelopment commission meetings. Maybe they've been in a public notice, but so there's a redevelopment commission. There's no details. We're asking for details. What's happening? How can our firemen, volunteers, not paid, be expected to go into, I hope it never happens, a 10-story burning building with backpacks? There's no ladder can reach those upper floors. If the people jump, they're dead. Excuse me. It doesn't make sense. Not in Toms River, not in downtown Toms River. Maybe there's another area of the community that has nothing but oak trees, needs to be redeveloped. But downtown Toms River, the stores now can't support themselves. They change ownership and names every year, every 2 years. And this is going to have a commercial complex of stores with a 2-level boardwalk, river walk, whatever they want to call it, around the building so that the people can walk and see all the new beautiful stores that are going in. Restaurants. We've got restaurants that are starving. Excuse the alliteration. They can't get enough customers. They can't park. They can't park within a close distance. But putting 285 apartments at the corner of Water Street and Main Street isn't going to solve a parking problem. It's not going to solve it'll create a housing problem. And I would ask, personally, the ordinance is 126 pages. How many of you have read it? Raise your hand. You've read the whole 126 pages?
A lot more than that.
You know?
Yeah, there's many components of that. So.
You know, folks, you're premature. Give the public time to digest what the problem is. Maybe the public, I know the planner has been working on it. I believe him. I believe him sincerely. But the work has been confined to Tom Hall, Dave Roberts, and to the commission,
Thank you.
without public input.
Thank you very much.
My time is up?
Yes, sir. You
Okay.
can come back.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. You can go again. The gentleman here in the white shirt in the middle. Oh, yeah, Mr. Baumann, you had a...
Can you just repeat the
I
question?
think the councilwoman asked if there will be time before the financial agreement commences to negotiate with the Board of Ed for the sharing of the annual service charge. And the answer is absolutely yes. That commencement date is years in the future. You have plenty of time to negotiate that agreement.
I have a question as well. Is there anything in the agreement written that we're going to vote on here tonight that gives any money to the Board of Education?
There is not.
Okay, thank you.
Sir, in the white shirt, the third row back.
My name's Bob Watson. I live in Messenger Street. I'll make it under 5 minutes. I'll shorten my speech. The redevelopment plan shall supersede conflicting standards in the underlying VO, VB, VS, VOB, and VS zone regulations with regard to permitted use and bulk standards. But provisions of the Township of Toms River zoning and land development ordinance shall apply where this plan is silent. At the educational meeting last week, the zoning person agreed with my understanding that this means if there's a conflict between the plan and the current zoning, the plan will overrule. Now, without going into a lot of details, I want to ask each member and I can read the names so I'm safe.
Yeah, all questions have to be directed through myself, the chair.
I'm sorry?
All questions have to come through the chair, and then we assign them. Thank you.
All right, then I would ask the chair to ask the questions to the others. Were you aware when this plan changes town regulations regarding private schools located in downtown Toms River? I'd like to know what the council has to say on that.
Can you repeat the question? I don't fully understand you.
Literal translation: anybody who wishes to build a private school can do it in downtown Toms River with this plan, whereas prior to this plan, they could not.
Yeah, I'm not.
Were you aware of this?
Maybe Mr. Roberts would like to explain how we got to this point.
I just want to know if you guys were aware of this. That's all. It's a simple enough question. It's a yes or no.
Right.
What's the answer?
Yes.
Nobody knew?
Oh, we're answering yes.
You did know. You did know. Okay, fine.
The real answer is that it carried over, and Mr. Roberts can explain to you that it was in place previously. Is that correct,
Of
Mr.
course,
Roberts?
somebody put this in.
No, but it's been in
Long ago, somebody put this in. I'd like to look at bank accounts myself. But the bottom line is, many of you, the majority, have sold Toms River down the river. You really have. You're going to allow this town to be the center of a private school institution. A private school institution that will most likely purchase additional property in the town, that will obviously create tremendous headaches on the road, busing, yada, 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 that will cause more taxes for us to pay for their busing. And you all sit up there like a doe in a hairline. Don't you get it? Don't you realize what you've allowed? You are going with an open book. Come on in. Take over our town. We will allow you to do that. We're going to become the new center. I don't care what you feel about religions, secular, non-secular, whatever. A private school in the center of Toms River is going to suck up land as it expands its campus. It's not going to pay a dime to any of the realtors or any of the people who have businesses down here. You think they're going to come in and walk through the town, lunchtime, have a dinner? It's not going to happen. You guys have sold us down the river. You should all be thrown out. And if we could, we would throw you out. You're a bunch of scum for what you've done.
Oof. Okay, thank you very much.
Do you want Mr. Roberts to explain the truth?
Robert. Of course, you can explain the facts, but I'm not sure
Yes,
we want to
I
hear
think,
them.
first of all, the issue of private schools came up literally within the last week. I was on vacation. I found out about it when I got back in the office at 10 o'clock this morning. I did look into it. Going back to 2017, when the first redevelopment plan was adopted, one of the things that we looked at in that redevelopment area, which, just to provide facts, runs from Water Street to the river and from Main Street Bridge to the Parkway. Within that area, including part of the other side of Water Street, there are two schools, the Music Academy and the Dance Academy, that have been there for many years. In order to make sure it was clear that they were a permitted use, we used the term private school to apply to them. There's probably, in retrospect, and not knowing that term could become at some point controversial, and also reminding everyone that 2 months ago, we amended the redevelopment plan. The redevelopment plan was marked up, and there was no issue of that. I wasn't even aware that there was a concern about it. However, what was just indicated to this council, respectfully, was taking a potential opinion and kind of running with it. The reality of it is that private parochial school is not mentioned in the redevelopment plan. If that was the concern, private schools were meant to deal with places of instruction. We probably can address that concern in both plans, and I think we'd have to look at both the downtown redevelopment plan and the downtown core redevelopment plan to make sure that there's not similar language there. But I think probably in looking through the ordinance today, the best way to be specific to the kinds of businesses that we were trying to protect and not make non-conforming would be to use the language that's in the village support zone, which I think was referenced in some of the research that was done, where it talks about places of instruction for art, music, dance, and some similar vocations. The original village business zone, which is the entire the downtown waterfront redevelopment area, which is the topic of the current project site, it was in the underlying zone, was in the village business zone, and in the village business zone, the closest thing we had was vocational schools, which I think was also intended to apply to the specific type of business, not a private school in the way I think that the language is being construed. And that's why we had one parking space per teacher and one parking space per student. If you had a typical private school that I think maybe can be getting confused here,
you wouldn't be requiring a parking space for every student because the students don't drive. So I think that was the intent of the redevelopment plan. And it is true that the redevelopment plan supersedes the underlying zoning. In case a situation like this comes up when there's an interpretation that needs to be made, we have the ability to go back to the underlying zoning to do that. That's why that language is in the plan. And that's the best explanation I can give to the council president.
Thank you very much, sir. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Jane Vislocki. I live on Hillside Drive. I happen to be a 71-year-old resident from Toms River, born and raised also. My family has been here since 1917, along with Mr. Siddis. Okay. Okay. I have been before this board, and we have asked questions, and we have said, well, what about this? And we have received promises that it would be in the resolution, that there would be nothing of what we were concerned with. They would protect it. They would write it in the resolution. When the resolution came out, after it was voted on, and we saw it, oh, we forgot to put that in. Oh, we can't abide by that law. Oh, that can't be, prohibited. It's a public road. Okay? We have sat now and lived with the mistake of forgetting to put it in the resolution. And I'd like to know who is going to promise that the school thing will be changed, because we have asked for things to be changed and they have been forgotten. Now, how do we make sure that that provision that he says is going to be in will be in this piece of paper?
It's a good question. Again, that's a good question. I have to defer to legal, but bring it up.
Mr. Shea?
Just here. No, it's up for our township attorney, Mr. Merlino.
Mr. Merlino?
We would have to go back later and amend the redevelopment plan.
Well, when was that going to be?
Mr. Sitta, please.
Yeah, once it's passed, then the council has the prerogative of going back and amending it. When they
Well, we have been told, no, you can't go back once it's been passed.
Are we precluded from entering into it now or delaying this so we have an answer for the residents, Mr. Molino?
Let me just answer. So we're talking about two things. In terms of the project, that's the focus of the financial agreement and the redevelopment agreement and the purchase and sale agreement today. The redevelopment agreement explicitly already has language that you cannot have a private school in the project that we're talking about today. What you're talking about is the plan that applies to the... Right. So I'm saying in the project that we're talking about today, it explicitly says you can't have a private school in the redevelopment agreement. The discussion here is about everything outside the project, right? It has nothing to do with the project. It's about your downtown redevelopment plan applying to all the other land, not this project. And that's the one where I think Dave has indicated that you can go through the process to have that approved, but it wouldn't appear in this resolution because this agreement already prohibits private school in this project.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
And that'll be in writing?
Yeah.
It is.
It's already there.
It's there. Maybe you can find it.
The printout, half of it is, you can't see it.
Mhm.
Okay, so, I don't know how we're supposed to be able to read this. It's not available.
And that's on the website, right? So, yes, ma'am.
Donna Sergio, Main Street. I'd like to start by saying I know everybody here is very passionate about what they have to say. I really do think that everybody feels they have Toms River's best interest at heart, from the council to the public. Of course, we don't agree what that is, but I really do believe that everybody is trying to do the right thing. So that said, I do have a question. Could you tell me, without the pilot program, if the building being constructed was taxed at the current tax rate, what would the property taxes on that building be?
Again,
$2 million?
I could answer the question.
2.5 million?
No, sir. It's not. I mean, if you based it on the construction costs, the estimated cost would probably be different, but it's about $1.5 million probably at the tax rate for downtown.
Okay.
But, there we go.
Okay, great.
So we spoke to the tax assessor, and we asked the tax assessor to assess the property based on the revenue stream, and the total taxes, which include the county, for example, was about $973,000 based what the assessor would, how the assessor would assess this, using the same numbers we're using. The municipal portion would be about $270, and the Board of Ed would get about $594. So to the two entities that we're most concerned about, it's about $770,000 total. The county would have gotten $170. Of course, they're not going to get that under this program. So those are the numbers, under $1 million.
And what's the total, Mr. Baumann, I apologize, so for those numbers,
So,
what's the total assessment of the project?
The assessor would assess it at about a $51 million project using a 6% cap. So the way your assessor assesses a property, they take the revenues, they apply a cap rate, 6%, and that comes to a $51 million value. And that $51 million value translates into under $1 million in total taxes. 17% of that goes to the county. There's some open space. So what the numbers I gave you is what's left for the school and the municipality.
Just give those numbers one more time to us.
Sure, of course. $500,000 for the Board of Ed, $270 for the municipality.
Is it 594 or 500? I'm sorry.
I'm rounding for you, but it's, you want the precise number you gave us? 494,702.05. But it's 500,000 for purposes of our discussion, and 270. And again, I think I've said this before, but I want to make sure it's clear. That's a false choice, right? Because if we were to oppose full taxes on the project, it wouldn't get built. So to take these comparison and compare it to full taxes that's not an option for us. It's this project or no project, as opposed to this project with a pilot or this project with full taxes. But for purposes of illustration, those are the numbers with input from the tax assessor.
But we don't want it to get built, right? Residents don't want it to be built.
I'm sorry, sir.
Residents don't want this to be built. They don't want
It seems like some do and some don't, but I respect your opinion that all don't.
Go ahead, ma'am. I've been keeping track of another 2 minutes added
Okay,
onto whatever's
fine,
needed.
Thank you. So there seems to be a lot of discrepancy in the value, I've been told, 1.6, 1 million in property taxes. Either way, we're getting 400,000, which is considerably lower than the 770 we would get. Is it possible that, I understand that they've already struck this deal, but is it possible that those numbers could be renegotiated? From what I understand, and I don't know the exact person who said, excuse me, I don't know the exact, I know it's something with the schools that set it at 10%, and we're getting 7% of the gross revenues. Can it be renegotiated down the road to maybe be brought up to 8% or 9%, or are we stuck with the 7% for the 30 years and that's it?
Council President, if I may, there's a couple other contributions that we're not talking about in this project that that will become effective if this project goes through. So the pilot is $393,000 of payment in lieu of taxes. There's a capital improvement component to this project at a cost to the developer of $1.9 million. That will go to redevelop the waterfront area, which includes repair of the bulkhead, which, as we know, is in need of repair right now. So if we factor that $1.9 million contribution for capital improvements and we bond it for 10 years at 1.75%, the township would pay $207,000 per year for the beneficial use of that property. Now, the lion's share of this property, for this redevelopment, the portion of the property that the township is contributing to this project, the township will still have control or use of it, not control, but use of this property for passive recreation, as we've seen in the plan. The footprint of the building is essentially is the Toms River Parking Authority property, for which the developer is paying market value, about $500,000. So we take, while we cede ownership of that property, the public will still have use of it in perpetuity. In addition, we estimate maintenance, insurance, utility costs to maintain that property, had we built it, at between $50,000 and $75,000 a year. And then lastly, the agreement, the developer waives their rights to reimbursements under the Kelly Act or the Municipal Services Act. So at a cost of $225 per unit annually times $285, that's an additional $64,000 in cost avoidance. So there are other significant benefits to this.
Okay, I understand that, and I appreciate the explanation. As far as they were talking about the stage in that area, who is, I understand that the developer's going to build a small stage which can be utilized. Who's going to oversee how to book that stage? Is that going to be something that gets done through the township or through the developer?
I'm not sure that question's been asked, and that's a good one, certainly. Mr. Roberts? I know how it was originally planned.
We actually, I know the bid is well represented here this evening, and this has been talked about, so it's a great question. I suspect that this was something that was added to the project as a requirement of the plan for it, because the project's in the cultural, arts and culture district, which means that every project has to have some arts and culture component to it. The proposed stage is, for example, directly across the parking lot by the Music Academy. So one of the ideas has been that when the Music Academy holds its recitals, they can use the facility. The facility would have all the power that would be necessary for the equipment that would be needed for an outdoor performance. The other option would be to have it made on a schedule available to street performers, the way it's done in many other downtown waterfront areas. Most likely, the bid would have a role in working with the CAP, which is the Cultural Arts Project. They coordinate all the arts and culture events in the entire township in order to be able to run that schedule. I think the developer is not in the performing arts business, but they are providing the amenity because we required it. And I think the bid would be, at working with the CAP, we're coordinating that with probably trying to recruit potential users like the Music Academy and the others to have outdoor performances of all different kinds. And you're right, if it becomes successful, there's going to need to be a schedule because you don't want performers showing up at the same time and that kind of thing. So that's about as far as we've gotten with it. The particular aspect of this agreement is just to provide it and construct it and maintain it in perpetuity.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Lastly, where are we at? Okay, so my question was, someone earlier had brought up about the downtown seaport, and as I've brought up previously at meetings, that encompasses the Boatworks area. I understand in looking quickly at the giant development plan that has been presented, unfortunately, that they're looking to build more buildings down on the Boatworks property, residential. I understand we don't own that property. There's a lot of legalities involved. I just would hope that down the road, a lot of thought is given to where we're going to put the next project. This one is on our waterfront. As I said before, we don't have much waterfront left. Please think about reserving the rest of the waterfront. We only have a little bit of it, but there's enough to make a difference and have some kind of a walkway that's going to hook into this one, go across to Huddy Park. They have the kayak ramp there. You could hook around to the Boatworks, hit the bar, get a drink, and head down to the park at Riverfront Landing. It can be a continuous walkway. However, if we allow more apartments, we're going to be I think the residents are going to feel like we have a wall built around our waterfront. We have Highland Parkway, we have Iron Street, we have a lot of other areas where we could put other residential buildings if this one ends up being as successful as everybody hopes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your questions.
Council President, could I just ask Mr. Baumann to speak to Ms. Sergio's point with regard to the 10% on the pilot, because I think that's what she was referring to. It's been raised to the council on a number of occasions. Does the law require 10% for a pilot? And the public's obviously aware that we're at 7%. So if you can just explain to the public the law, what the law requires.
The long-term tax exemption law, which is the law we're operating under, provides for the annual service charge, and there's a couple of different ways to calculate it. One is 10% or more of the annual gross revenues of the entity. In certain instances, like this one, where 10% doesn't work for the project because the project doesn't pencil out, what I mean by that is when we do the analysis of the value of the project once stabilized, it's less than the cost to construct it or close enough that no one would do that transaction. So in those instances, you take advantage of the redevelopment area bond financing law, which allows you to eliminate the minimums and maximums and therefore go under 10%. So because this involves a $500,000 redevelopment area bond, which is in large part driven to allow us to get to 7%, we are legally permitted to do less than 10%.
But the law calls for 10, it doesn't pencil out here, and that's why we're going to the bond, correct? So in
Correct.
other words,
Correct,
you
Counsel.
read the statute, and the
Correct.
public's asking us, statute seems to say that a no pilot program should go under 10.
Right. No, you're correct. That's
And
why we're doing it.
Because we're going, because it doesn't make sense for the developer here, because it
Right.
doesn't pencil out.
Look, everything that we're doing here is designed to, the basic premise for the professional team representing the township is to figure out whether this project passes a but-for test. Generally, layman's terms, that is, but for the pilot, would the project be built or not built? And the professional team has determined that without the project, the pilot, the project could not get built. So our professional judgment is the 7% annual service charge, in order to get all the benefits, including the one that the business administrators articulated, which were several $100,000 annually, in order to get all that packaged together and make it all work and still have the developer willing to move forward, we double-check their numbers, we go through analysis, we negotiate, and we have determined that but for the 7% annual service charge, the project as envisioned by everybody in this room and all the benefits associated with it couldn't happen.
So essentially, it's an exception to what our state legislature required under the law. In other words, 10% is the law.
The state legislature wrote both laws, so I would just say it's
an
the state
exception.
legislature recognized certain circumstances and included the redevelopment area bond financing law, which explicitly eliminates the minimums and maximums. So, I mean, I assume the legislature, they clearly understood it, so I don't think it's an exception to the law. It's the way the law was written by the same legislature. Yeah.
Fair.
Thank you. Sir? You've been patient, thank you.
Good evening. Frank Davis, 20 West Ridge. I also own a business downtown. The question about the taxation is now, because it's a pilot program, we're only doing 15% low income so they can make more money. We're only taxing them at 7% because we don't think it's going to affect the schools too much. But the question is, they're not actually taxed. When does the tax start? Does the tax start when the job's complete or when the building's completely filled? Like, when do they start paying us?
Again, that was, I believe, explained previously, but again, Mr. Baumann. No, that's okay. Good question, absolutely.
Good question. So they'll continue, well, for now, we own the land. Once they acquire the land, they'll start paying taxes on the vacant land. And then once they begin leasing it out, the commencement date kicks in. And so $1, they get $1, we get our 7% on the dollar. As it grows, as they lease up. That's why when we talk about the 400,000, we're talking stabilization. So that's when everything's completed, when there's going to be some vacancy we're expected in that number. But if they only, for example, get half of it built, we'll get our percentage of the annual service charge along the way.
That was a good answer. Thank you.
Okay.
The other challenge I have is being downtown. Now, they're going to help us out, and they're going to rebuild the waterfront. But I never planned a trip with my family. I've adopted kids. I have 8 kids I take care of. My wife, we go on special trips. I never said, well, let's go check out this one block. So the fact that the builder's putting in $2 million for that bulkhead, that's for his profit, eventually. What about the extra water that's going to be needed for his building, the extra police and all that extra stuff? That's an effect on this town. And the challenge I had with last week's meeting was we're going to amend our roadways, and we're going to make them bigger, and we're going to get federal and county and state money, and that's awesome. And the plans will be approved in 2025 to work on the roadways to prevent any problems from too many cars into this building. The challenge is we're going to build it in 18 months, so we're going to bring the cars in 2023, but in 2025 we'll have the plans approved. How does that benefit us as downtown business owners that right now sometimes I have people canceling their appointments because they can't get a parking space close enough to my building?
I believe that was the completion date, wasn't it? Yeah, Mr. Roberts. And that's, we're trying to hold questions to the, particularly this project. That's the Loop project I think you're referring to with the DOT?
This project is bringing in more cars.
Correct.
So I am right on Robin Street.
Mhm.
The building next to me, the vacant lot was approved for 3 stories, and then all of a sudden now they're approved for 6 stories. There's 4 parking spaces on my street. So now we're gonna bring in another 400 cars. How do people come to my business? That's my question,
Okay.
as a business owner.
Very good.
Okay, I think I'll try to address a couple of the questions, because I think I got the idea about the bringing the more cars and the federal state money. The federal money, and it's actually really now a partnership with the county as well, is to basically finish the circulation system, build Herflicker Boulevard all the way to Highland Parkway to establish a road to take the traffic off Water Street. It's really traffic distribution, but the improvements are designed based on full build-out of the entire redevelopment area, even if it never happens. So this is one project, the first project out of that entire build-out. The road improvements are designed so that even if the whole thing builds out, it will be enough. It will be able to handle the traffic and improve conditions based on the problems we have today with some of the backups between the lights. The other part of your question, and the project itself is going to have over 400 parking spaces. That's one of the reasons why it's so expensive to build. So the parking that's down on that lot now there's going to be public parking in the garage. But as far as you make a valid point about what happens in the meantime. Based on the current schedule, the construction is supposed to begin in 2023 of all the road improvements. If the project comes online by then or around that time, it will be difficult for about a year. The road construction projects are supposed to be done by 2024, well, the end of 2024, because we have to close, 2025 is when we have to close out the project. That's what our grant agreement says, that by September 18th of 2025, we have to be completely done, signed off on by, and approved by Federal Highway. So it is going to be difficult for a couple of years. We also have detours that are going to come in with the bridge get replaced on the other side of Huddy Park. We all know that those bridges are in bad shape. So, I think there'll be traffic plans to deal with that, but I wouldn't anticipate that anything more than this first project would come in around about the same time that the roads start improving. The other thing is I can tell you that based on what we're hearing from the county, they're intending next year in 2022, New Jersey Natural Gas has to remediate the roadbed of Herflicker Boulevard because it was part of the contamination of the old coal tar plant. They'll be done by the end of the year. That means the county can follow in right behind them in 2023 and build that piece of Herflicker. So Herflicker, that will help the traffic circumstances because it would potentially could be a usable road at that point, even while we're working on the rest of the signalizations and the traffic intersections and things like that. So there's no short answer I can give you other than it may be a little painful for a couple of years, but by the time this project's up and running and the road improvements are done, it'll be able to accommodate this project and anything else that happens from that point forward, and that should hopefully be the end of it.
We hope. Go ahead, sir, being that our professionals took up some of your time.
That's okay.
No.
Those are my 2 biggest concerns.
Okay.
Thank you for your time.
We want to see your business succeed. Everybody in this room does, but thank you. Okay. One moment, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, you over in the green shirt?
Hello, Irene Watson, Messenger Street. I'm a little new to all of this, but I to understand there are more townhouses and apartments being planned for downtown Toms River. Are there?
There is a redevelopment plan in place.
Okay. I looked, maybe I wasn't looking at the right place, but I did look at downtown core rehabilitation area dated September 24th, 2019. Does that sound like something I should be looking at for downtown plans?
That's the entire plan. That's one.
Yeah.
That's the redevelopment plan for the existing downtown.
Yeah.
Area downtown we're now.
Yes.
It's not the redevelopment plan that we're talking about this project.
I know that, but I'm looking forward. One gentleman was looking back, I'm looking forward. Okay, so I'm a little confused. I was looking at this, it was confusing for me. Are there more apartments and townhouses being planned for Water Street between the Parkway and Robbins Street? Are there more apartments and townhouses being planned for that area?
Between the Parkway and Robbins, no.
What's
Yeah.
being, on Water Street, between the Parkway and Robbins Street, on Water Street, are there more apartments and townhouses being planned there?
All right.
Well, I think-
Mr. Roberts,
I
here.
think Mr. Robertson just said that going forward, that they have plans for more apartments.
So
Correct,
there
Mr.
are
Robertson?
plans
Go ahead,
for
Mr.
more
Roberts.
apartments in this area. Yeah.
Emphasizes mixed-use development, which means, because it's in the flood zone, so you can't put anything other than the parking or retail on the ground floor. And then we would support that residential, that's full mixed use.
Okay.
So that is permitted use in the other sections of the law.
Okay, so there'll be more apartments, yeah.
It-
Okay, will there be more apartments on Iron Street and what's the parking lot now?
So,
There were discussions. I'm opposed to this, but yes, and the plan calls for 12-story buildings. I'm correct, Mr.?
No.
The downtown redevelopment plan
Here we go.
allows you to go to 12?
No.
I think we're mixing up two different redevelopment plans. I thought I just heard Irish Street.
Now I'm asking about Iron Street.
Iron Street, I apologize.
Okay, so,
The redevelopment plan in that area that includes Iron Street from the top of the bottom floor does allow for a variety of heights. So
okay, but are they apartment buildings?
they can be
Or,
residential,
or
so they could be
con,
apartments,
or
condos.
or
that-
townhouses?
to take the form of-
Okay, townhouses.
It could be
Okay, and are there more apartments, townhouses, or condos being planned for Herflinger Street?
Her flicker?
Herflinger.
It's in the redevelopment.
Okay. The road that's being raised.
In this, and then one other thing I can say is that in particular situations, we have the property owners. Those are all private
Yeah.
properties.
Okay,
The redevelopment plan just provides an opportunity. We can't require the property owners to do anything with the property, but they would be permitted uses, yes.
I think to answer her question, I think she wants to know if there's any plans presented. There's no applications, or there's no actual project that has been proposed to us. This is the only project that's been proposed to us.
but do you foresee townhouses and/or apartments and/or condos being built
Well,
on
it
that
depends on what the
street?
property owner wants to do.
Some of them are privately owned properties, and some of them, I mean, like Mr. Roberts just said, I mean, there is the ability to build, yes.
On Hertflinger, if I'm saying that right, that is along some of the river. I mean, great place for restaurants. If you have a restaurant and you could bill it as waterfront dining, wow, that would be good, but it's up to the person who owns the property if they want to do that. Now, it just seems there's a lot of apartments or condos or townhouses that could be built in Toms River. Is there really a need for them? Okay, I drove up and down Route 9 from Parkway to Route 70. There were just driving quickly, there were about 7 places that already had apartments and townhouses built, that were getting ready to build townhouses and apartments, or lots that were going to be cleared for townhouses and apartments. I mean, I think we're going to...
Yeah, there may have been
the townhouse apartment.
Yeah, thank you.
building.
Some of that was state mandated, with the
Oh,
affordable
yeah,
housing.
I realize that, but now,
So-
here's our downtown, so considering what's out there, state mandated, do we need all these apartments and townhouses?
Council
Okay,
President,
thank
can I just, Mrs. Watson, a lot of times in redevelopment areas, when you just said like restaurants and retail, that's usually built on the bottom floor. There might be some residential on top, but that's what drives. That's the residential, that is a component that drives the restaurants, the retail, and the stores. But a lot of the times, that is always on the bottom floor there.
Okay, all right, I just want to have a nice
Okay.
vision of Toms River.
As we all
We all do.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there any other residents wish to be heard on the agreement? Mr. Tremolin.
Mullen, 109 Messenger Street, Toms River. First of all, I'd like to say, last week after we had the meeting with the representatives from the construction company, the developer, I talked to the gentleman who was the representative for the developer. We had a great talk. However, at the end of the discussion, he invited me, which was great, to come see the projects that they had built in other cities. And his final words for me were, and we can make your city just like the others. We're not looking for a city here. Okay, this is the town, the village, whatever you want, the township. This is Toms River. We don't want to be the city of Toms River. According to, I hear the money, coming from the money that will be paid by the developer to the town. One of the stipulations in the pilot program is that that money does not have to go to schools. It does not have to go to services. It does not have to go to police, fire, whatever. So in essence, we're getting nothing for the schools. No money is dedicated to the schools. So any child that goes to school from this project probably will have to be paid for by the taxpayers of Toms River. That's the rules of the pilot program. It does not have to go to schools. It stipulates that specifically in there. All right, so we have nothing. We have nothing going to the schools. So I'm after reading it, I'm tired of hearing we have $400,000, so that doesn't even cover schools. No, that doesn't cover anything for the schools. We have zero. So the taxpayers are stuck. So I think you people on the board know how I feel about this. A, we gave the land away. Taxpayers gave away $4 million. Okay, we're not getting anything for it. The town's getting $300,000 or $400,000, not going to help us pay for the children to go to school. You gave that away. We are getting nothing as taxpayers. It always seems like this is for, the initial thing was we want walk-ins at businesses. And like I said in the beginning, they deserve to get business. We need the building down here. We need people to come in. We need structure downtown here. But it seems as though this whole project is maybe not even being driven by the council, it's being driven by the Builders Improvement District, the Building Improvement District. It's for them. It's not for the people of the other side of Toms River. It's not for the people Northover, Westover, wherever. It's for the business people downtown. This is their hope. Okay, but the taxpayers of Toms River have to take up the bill. What happens? I have just one final question. What happens if this project flops? Nobody's even thought about that. What if it flops? I know the company makes nice buildings, but what happens if people just don't come? You're counting on the hospital sending you people. Maybe they will, maybe they won't. Where are all these other people coming from? There's nothing in the project for kids. Taxpayers are stuck again. There is nothing in this project to help the taxpayers, the entire town of Toms River. There is nothing to help the taxpayers. And we're going to get stuck with the bill. And I'd like to thank you all that voted not to table it, because actually, to me, it shows that you really just don't care about the taxpayers. You want to rush this through? This isn't something that should be rushed through. This is something that's going to affect Toms River now and forever. And if you add another project on, like Mrs. Watson was talking about, we are the city that the developer was talking about. Maybe the town doesn't want to be a city. Thank you.
One moment, ma'am. Sir, you in the white T-shirt? Yes, sir.
My name is Don Oxley, 1944 Merrimack Drive. Why wasn't this thought of as condos, where we would get tax money for on every condo that's in there? You got 285 apartments, or if they were condos, you'd get a lot more money coming into the town.
Probably because it just wouldn't be built.
Excuse me?
Most likely, no developer would take that on.
Why
Is
not?
that correct, Mr. Baumann?
They're here to build. The other thing is, who's paying for the post office to be moved?
Post office is staying there.
Excuse me? The post office has to be moved. Post office, the stores, the music store, well, that's got to be moved.
No,
No?
that's it.
No. Again, that,
Plus, you got here you got 100 apartments that can have one child or more. Okay? Can Toms River South school system handle 100+ kids?
they've already discussed student enrollment with the schools and how low the enrollment is. I don't know what those exact numbers are,
630 last year.
but
Enrollment was down 630 children last year. Right. Right, and it actually, Toms River Schools maxed out at 18,000 children, and it's 14,400 now. Is that accurate? It is?
hang on.
Wait.
Hang on, go ahead, Mr., one moment, Mr. Williams. Mr. Williams, thank you.
All of Toms River.
Councilman Montano, hold up. Go ahead, Mr. Oxley.
So if you got 100+ kids, that's 1.827 as far as cost of these kids going to school.
Council President, Mr. Oxley,
Because you're talking $18,000 a kid times 100 kids, it's $1,827,000.
Mr. Oxley, this project is primarily studio apartments and one-bedroom
Right,
apartments.
I'm not even counting the studios. I'm only counting 100 apartments at one kid each.
There's 100 apartments that are either 2 or 3 bedrooms, so he's correct.
Right. But that doesn't mean they're going to be all children in those apartments, and,
Well, why would you have a 2- and 3-bedroom apartment?
well, sometimes.
Roommates.
Roommates.
People have roommates, people, they work, they might need an
And they might have
office.
4 kids.
They might have an
They may.
office and things of that
They
nature.
might have 2 kids in each bedroom. You can't guarantee us that.
Does any property cover the full cost of every student in the house? This is what, I keep saying, my taxes are about $6,000 a year. And so 49% of that is approximately, let's say I'm giving $3,000 a year in my tax money to the school system. I put 3 children through the school system. I did not pay $8,000, $10,000, or $18,000 a year when my children were in school because I had children in school. I pay $3,000 a year, and that's current. When we first moved into the house, we only paid about $3,500 in total taxes.
But that
So
was-
only about $1,500.
That comes all out of everybody's taxes.
Right, but to
Yours,
expect-
mine?
To
Right,
expect, right, and to expect this building to cover the full cost of every student
How
that
does
lives in it.
$400,000
it's not-
cover?
It's not what happens. It's not what happens with any property. And the only time you pay the full cost of a student going to school is when you're paying for private school. But for
Ms.
public
Hewitt, you bought
school-
your house. Here, we're giving the property away to a developer. It's a
But-
little different, right? You bought
But
your home.
it doesn't matter. The point of the matter is,
council's
you're
looking to give the
expecting
property
the
away for nothing.
apartments to cover the full cost of the students, and that's just not how taxes work. That's just not how it adds up. It's just not. So you're asking for something that's not real.
I think the issue is it's not covering any of the
Last
costs.
question I got is, when this construction site is being built, where are we getting these workers? Are they going to be in-state workers, or are they going to be out-of-state workers?
That'd be up to the developer, sir.
They're going to, but I would add that we wrote into the redevelopment agreement that we prefer that they hire Toms River residents and endeavor to hire companies and employees that are from Toms River. And when that moment happens, they'll engage with the municipality to make sure that they do their best to find those Toms River residents to work.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Dana?
everybody.
Hello.
Dana Tremolin, Messenger Street. I just have a quick question, and it's kind of ironic to me that we had all the hiring, retiring, promotions going on with the police department today, because as someone who recently had to call for police, and it took 40 minutes to get a man on drugs out of my neighbor's yard for one police officer to show up, it is becoming quite upsetting that I come to find out we have one police officer on a full shift that covers from Bay Avenue to Water Street. So 40 minutes for a trespasser in my neighbor's yard that we had to wait for. The man was out of his mind. He could have caused harm to anybody. Now, we're not getting, again, tax money from this project towards much. My question is, are we going to hire more police? Are we going to get more firefighters? Are we going to hire EMS? What about their equipment? We don't have who we need to keep us safe right now, let alone moving forward with 2 10-story buildings of however many apartments and however many people. So not only the schools, it's our safety. It's all of our safety. So what are we going to do about that? If we have one officer now for we have 95,000 people in this town. Those of us who live in this area have one police officer to come to our call. Are we going to fix that? Are we going to hire more? And where are we going to get the money to do it? Is that then on us as well? Because, again, as my father stated numerous times, nobody's getting anything from this financially except for the town, and that's minimal. So if anybody can fill me in on what the plan is for the rest of us before more people come in and buildings that we may not have the equipment to provide for.
Well, as far as providing for the building, it has been reviewed by the fire subcode official. We have letters along with the different experts. As far as the other arenas in public safety, with the police department, I can't specify what transpired that night. I find it hard to believe that they only had one officer assigned.
Supervisor told me they have one officer. I met her. He came out to back her up.
And again, I don't know what else was obviously going on that particular night where they tied up on
Well, I
other
can
calls.
also tell you
so.
that 5 years ago, as I was watching a man break into my car in my driveway, first of all, I called 911, nobody answered. Secondly, I called Tom's River, and my former husband, who's on the job in Manchester, got to my house with permission of his supervisor before one Tom's River car showed up at 4 o'clock in the morning. That's a problem. That's a problem.
I wish we knew about it then.
Well,
Obviously, I
you
wasn't
said
here
something
5
then,
years
too,
ago.
and well on deaf ears, unfortunately.
Mhm.
But if we can't keep who we have safe, how do we keep those safe moving forward? Just a question, just something to think about, because it's one more thing that we're not getting from this project.
I
So,
understand. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
No problem. Okay. Ma'am in the turquoise shirt.
How we doing? I'm Lisa Cifaretto, and I am here representing TRAC.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name?
Lisa Cifaretto. I am the president of TRAC, Tom's River Artist Community. I'm on the board of CAP. I'm the cultural director in town. I know how important this building is to downtown Tom's River and the surrounding areas. I know how important it is for us to have millennials coming in that have disposable income to spend in our towns. I know how important it is to get the foot traffic onto Main Street, onto Washington Street, to support our restaurants, to support our businesses, to support our galleries. You know, I sit on Main Street every single day, and our gallery is right out in front. I look at Main Street every day. But when I look around this room, besides for the people that I came with, I don't recognize one face, because none of them are downtown. Every day, they're every day. And, you know, when you see stuff like Downtown Nights Out, and you see the amount of people that come out for that, and come into our town from other towns that are putting money into our town, Think about 285 apartments filled with millennial people that need something to do. They're not all gonna have children. There's college roommates that are still living together. There's residents in the hospital that are going to live together. 4 people in one unit, 2 people in one unit. You know, we're talking about, oh, the town is losing all this money for schools and taxes. I pay taxes. I don't have any children in school, and I still pay that tax. And there's a lot of me around. I think without this project, you know, people have told us how many lawyers are downtown, how many real estate agents, how many cat adoption places. They've gone around, they've counted all those things. They're not counting the things that count. They're not counting the community-based programs, and they're not counting the people like myself and our teams that are trying to take the whole community and make it one. They're only looking at, there's no parking right there. There's no parking on Main Street. When was the last time anybody went to New York City and was able to pull up in front of Macy's and park? This doesn't happen. We have parking downtown. I park down there every day. To me, it makes no, I understand that you know, change is fearful. And the fear of the unknown is horrible. Once that door is open, and once the people start seeing what's going to happen in this beautiful building that's being erected, right in the center of our town, people are going to pull into the downtown Toms River and go, oh, there's something here. It's not just a dirty river that's got nothing going on. There's something going on here. Let's stop. Let's see what we got. Let the people spend the money in our town. That's the only way downtown is going to survive. It's the only way the small businesses are going to survive. And I just think it's really unfair that, you know, people say they have no information on this. I've been following this for years. Years and years. Information's out there. You got to look for it. Nobody handed it to me, but I went out and looked for it. And I think that we have to do something, otherwise downtown is really going to become a ghost town. And people are going to leave, and what the bid has started and what all of us have started and all of us new business owners have started, we're going to lose our shirts. And we might not have 2 towers of buildings, which would make some people happy, but when you got everybody standing in line for unemployment again, that's not going to make people happy either. So I thank you guys for what you do. I thank the developer for everything he's trying to do to pass this. And I just think this is a really serious issue that needs to be passed, and it's the only way downtown's going to survive. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson, you had your hand up for a while.
Art Anderson, 12 Park Street. First of all, I'd love to know where you're getting this information, because I got it yesterday, I think it was 2 o'clock, and I can't believe I'm allowed 5 minutes to ask questions, but I'm going to try to hurry it up. First of all, I want to say that I do want to revitalize downtown. I just don't think this agreement is the right agreement. First of all, can somebody explain the $500,000? I was told in this last meeting that the town was not bonding, but I started reading the agreement with the 2 hours I had to look at it. It basically says that the town is going to be doing $500,000 in bonds, and I still haven't heard of that once tonight.
Mr. Baumann?
You understand what I'm saying, Mr. Kevin?
And we're going to go to the professionals that we've hired to answer these questions. sir.
So I think we did talk about this at the last meeting and certainly at the community meeting. The $500,000 bond will be issued by the municipality. It's non-recourse, meaning the bondholder, the entity that lends the money to the town, which will then be used by the developer for the project, they can only look to the project for repayment. It will not appear on your debt statement. It will not appear in your official statements. It won't count to the credit rating agencies won't care about it. It's non-recourse. The municipality is serving as a pass-through entity only.
Thank you.
So you're saying we will service it, or the developer will service it?
The developer.
Okay. The other question was the 7%. I asked about the 7%. Now, the county's getting 5%. Is that 5% coming out of our 7%?
So the I'm sorry, Mr.
Because it doesn't say nothing in there.
You take the gross revenues, you will multiply it by 7%. If that equals $400,000 in our hypothetical, 5% of the 400,000 goes to the county. So what's that, 80,000? And then the balance comes to the, in our example, the 400 is what comes back to the municipality, so the counties is on top of that, basically.
So the town, I'm still confused. The town is getting the $400,000? No.
Yes.
95% of it goes to the town, 5% to the
But
county.
when we did the math, then the 400 was what was left for the town, so the county's getting what's on top of that.
320.
Right.
320, Mr. Anderson, to the town, not 400.
So, yes, okay. It just, because we keep saying that number, and
That's not what he said. He said 400,000 is what's left when the town of the 95%, and then the 5% is on top of the 400. That's what he just said.
but that's
Wait a
not
second,
even-
let's just clear this up. So I thought the pilot is 393,000 in total. That's just to the township, and then there's an additional?
That was represented to be 95%.
That's only if it's at full capacity.
So we didn't include in there the money that went straight to the county, because we didn't think it mattered.
So,
The
County, so I think the
Okay.
number's like 420,000 or I don't know it off the top of my head. And again, these are estimates based on what's going to be there when we get there, but, the expectation is the number's higher than that, but we didn't, for purposes of this, it would be misleading if we include the county money. You'll never see it. So
the life of the pilot is how long?
30 years, but as rents go up, your number also goes up. So if rents goes up 2%, your pilot goes up 2%. If rents go up 5%, your pilot goes up 5%, because it increases with the revenue. So you take every dollar the redeveloper gets paid, collects, and then we get 7% of that dollar. So if the rents
To
go up,
answer Mr. Davis' questions, I think that's what was asked. Taxes aren't paid on it until the pilot lapses, right?
till they begin collecting revenues.
When does the pilot lapse?
Oh, you mean when our full tax is paid?
Yes.
Oh, instead of the annual service charge?
Yes.
At the end of the financial agreement, 30 years, yeah. Yeah. I misunderstood your question then. Sorry. Yeah.
And again, these are things that I don't see in the agreement. I don't know if they're in there. But also, I was told that the developer will not be, will take responsibility for the garbage, snow plowing, and everything. But I do not see that in the plan. So they said they're taking responsibility, but we have nothing to prove it.
It's in the redevelopment agreement, not in the financial agreement.
Right, this is just the financial agreement. I think that was the one you just got the other day, because there's so much
Like I
paperwork
said,
on
I
this,
got all
obviously.
these within, this is what the problem is. You're not giving us time to even read it. So we're asking questions. We don't even, I'm trying to look at something in 2 hours. And for you guys not to tabletop this and give the town the time, it's absurd. It really is absurd. I know you, like you said, this lady says she had it. I don't know why, we all didn't have it, but she had it, you know? And again, I don't know how long you guys have had it, but why wouldn't you let us see this? Why wouldn't you let us see what the deal is? Why are you pushing it so hard and so fast? I know you're saying 2017, but this is a couple hours we had yesterday. That's all we had.
Go ahead, you have another minute, being that Mr. Baumann took up some of your time.
Like I
Thank
said,
you.
it's embarrassing. You're giving me a couple minutes to all these questions.
What it's for is so we can hear from all the residents, instead of somebody grandstanding for an hour, and then we'll come back and, take
You
a
think I'm
second bite at it.
grandstanding?
No, I didn't say you, sir.
Okay, I'm just-
But that we want to rotate it around, and then
These
Mr.
are
Sidis,
questions that you're going to vote on that you can't even answer.
Mr. Sidis also been sitting waiting patiently for another round.
Okay, I will wait my turn for my next round. Thank you.
Okay.
Somebody else is doing talking, that's not fair. This fella spoke for a couple of minutes. Took away his time.
And I addressed that, sir, if you listened to what I said. Thank you. Ms. Howe?
Hi, everyone. Jennifer Howe, Admiral Avenue. I just want to clear up one thing. Mr. Latano, our enrollment is down in school. The problem with Toms River, not a problem, but what's been happening for the past years in Toms River is our special education program is sought after. We have a very good special education program. our funding from the state has been cut millions of dollars every year. So every special education student that is coming into our district, it costs more money. So our enrollment might be down, but our costs are going up. Right now, we're waiting for extraordinary aid. The problem with this is special education classrooms are not regular classrooms. So if you have a special education classroom, some of them can only hold 6 to 12 students, 4 paras, a main teacher. So you need more rooms. So a regular class size, right now, we're pushing some around like 28. So you can fit 28 kids in a classroom. A special education classroom is only about 8 students. So if you have every year an increase in special education students, you're using more rooms. You might have less students, but it's actually costing us more, and we're running out. I know in the north side of Toms River, our enrollment is lower, so we're probably gonna have to redistrict one day soon. But that's what, if you take this area here, you know, my kids go to Washington Street, your kids go to Washington Street, some of those class sizes are reaching up to 25 kids. If you have more special education students, so they have to be sent to other schools to be educated because there's no room in those buildings. So I understand our enrollment is down. Last year was kind of a fluke. We don't even go by those numbers because we lost almost every kindergarten student that went to a private school last year because of the pandemic, because they wanted a full day of kindergarten. So that's why our numbers are down, but our costs are going up, and our budget is getting cut. We lost $8 million this year. We're going to lose $6 million next year, which will probably be $7 million, because they'll tell us it was supposed to be $6.8 million this year, and it's actually $8 million. So we're losing money. And I understand that, like you said, Lori, that I have 5 kids in the school district. Obviously, my property tax doesn't cover my kids being in school. We understand that. But when you're saying you have 3-bedroom apartments, I know right off of Water Street now, I know a family that lives in a 2-bedroom apartment that has 4 kids. So unless there's going to be a cap to how many, I have 6 kids, I have 3 kids in a bedroom, and we live fine, but just because it's a 3-bedroom doesn't mean it's only going to have 2 kids, because each kid's going to have their own room. So I feel like you're throwing around numbers of kids, and no one knows. There might not be any kids. Maybe no one will move in there with
That's why
kids.
they based it on the
Right.
2 studies that were
Right,
done at Rutgers
exactly.
University that are nationally renowned studies.
And our business
So,
administrator said it's
yeah.
not going to be crazy if 25 kids move in. We're not going to go crazy, but it's going to cost us money. And the tax that you're collecting for the next 30 years will never cover any portion. And if you have one special education student who has any need for a nurse and has to be sent out of district, that can cost us over $120,000. So you don't know. And even if a regular student moves into a home, you just don't know. So I feel like saying that even if we're going to give whatever percentage to the schools, you don't really know what you're going to help with, because you don't know how much each of those students are going to cost. So I understand our numbers are down, but our costs are high, and the state is killing us with S2. So I just wanted to clear that up. Second of all, I heard, I'm sorry, I don't remember your name. You own a business downtown. I have a sister that owns a small business in Point Pleasant, and 2 months of not having people downtown Point Pleasant almost shut her down. So someone is telling you it's going to be bad parking for a year or 2. Small businesses don't survive without customers for a year or 2. So I feel bad that they're saying, don't worry, one day it'll get better. You might not be here in 2 years, and I hope you are, but I'm just saying, you're making these statements like, oh yeah, in 2 years your business will be great. Small businesses survive month to month. My sister owns a bookstore. I watch her, she has a regular job and she does this on the side, but it's not, 2 years of disaster of parking downtown is not going to be good for anybody. And lastly, the buildings are ugly. No offense to the developer. They're beautiful, but not for here. Just like Mr. Torbolin said, nobody wants a city here. We don't want a city. Look at Lavallette. We're a short community, and it takes all of us, most of us, 10, 15 minutes tops to get over to the beach. Look at Lavallette, look at Point Pleasant, look at Manasquan. They have stores. They're beautiful, little shops, and above them, 2 or 3 apartments above that. You don't go into any of those towns and see 2 huge towers, maybe up north a little bit, because they're right by the train and everyone works in the city, but the biggest employer of this town are the schools, and those people are not moving into these towers downtown. So it's just not pretty for us. It's not pretty at all.
Thank you.
And really quick, I'm in a book club. and the book that we had to read this month was 247 pages. There's no way I'd be able to read a book today. You sent this out, it's over 200 pages. Nobody can read a book in a day unless they're sitting home and not doing anything else. People have jobs, they have kids, they have things to do. The fact that you gave this yesterday and then you're voting on it today and not tabling it, you should be ashamed, because you wait until everyone can read the material. Nobody can read over 200 pages in a day unless they have nothing else to do.
Thank you very much. Gentleman in the back.
Good evening. My name is Alizar Zoraju. I live at 28 Dayton Avenue. Okay, thanks for having me. I'm a longtime resident of downtown Toms River. I've lived here for my whole life other than college. It's almost 35 years. My wife and I are raising our children just a few blocks away. We live in Matt's old house. So we know this area. My father lives across the street. He's twice my age. But he actually owns one of the residential properties that overlooks, one of the few residential properties that overlooks downtown that can actually see this potential site. He sent his letter of support in this morning. It's myself, my siblings, my aunts, uncles, and cousins, my nieces and nephews, and really, in the long run, our kids that will get to enjoy downtown when it gets to really reach its full potential. That said, a little bit more about my perspective here is I volunteered before I worked for the bid, and still stay involved with the Community Art Project Committee, Historic Preservation Committee, Toms River Artists Committee, and the Toms River Seaport. I'm a stakeholder, and I hope that I still have a finger on the pulse for what my generation wants and what we hope we can see here. As a professional working downtown, I've probably had somewhere around over 100 conversations regarding this project and the potential of redevelopment in downtown. Between the meetings and the committees and all the side conversations that went on, I attempted to share that with the residential meeting last week. And the three things that stick out to me the most are the vision. Do we want the old way or a new way? Do we trust our governing body and our professionals? And do we trust the developers? And also the urgency of it all. Is it really now or never? We can agree to disagree on a lot of those things, because there are a lot of passionate residents out here, and there's a lot of passionate residents that aren't here, that we're not hearing from. But I do think the one thing that we all can agree on is that downtown Toms River has potential. And I believe that this project, this proposed project, will be the catalyst to achieve its fullest potential. It represents a change that will impact the perception of downtown. It'll welcome a new major stakeholder that'll have a substantial ownership, creating an identity for the riverfront, and provide an essential piece of the puzzle to make downtown finally stand out amongst our neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members? One moment. The gentleman in the striped shirt.
Hello. You guys are all doing great. I'll tell you, Toms River does not lack passion, I'll tell you that. Both sides are very, very passionate, and I understand.
Excuse me, your name, sir, for the
Tom
record?
Forgione. I'm a business owner downtown. I've been a business owner in Toms River for 27 years. My family has been business owners in Toms River since 1977. And I represent quite a few businesses down here in Toms River. I'm not an attorney. I'm a marketing guy. So anyway, I definitely understand what the people who are against it are saying. And but I just wanted to ask some questions, if maybe you can clarify some things for me. The first thing is, and I'm not too great with these taxes things, is that doesn't everyone in Toms River pay for the schools for everyone in Toms River? It's not just segregated into one section, like in other words, downtown Toms River residents are just going to pay for this project's schools, children, right? It's the whole town.
Yeah.
So You know, that's not a lot of money per person to pay for, if there is 100 people. I've been doing the math to try to come up with a good argument that they're right. But you're talking, you know, the math that I did, you're talking maybe, $20 a year extra. I'm not sure for these people to pay for these school children. But knowing many business owners, I'm talking many business owners that want to come downtown, and I've been trying for years to get them to come downtown. They will not come downtown because nobody wants to take the leap of faith first. There are a lot of attorneys down here. Nothing against attorneys. That's great. Thank God they're down here, or else we'd have a lot of empty buildings. But no one wants to take this leap of faith first. They want to see someone else do it first. And once they see growth downtown, they will come. You don't have to take my word for it. Google it, and you will see that economics, people drive businesses to open in towns that are we're not quite blighted, but if this doesn't go through, we're going to be in big trouble. Now, the statement I want to also ask is this. Do every business owner, downtown, the mall, wherever, if they don't have children living in the mall and other places, don't they contribute to the taxes for the education of the kids? Don't all the businesses that open?
Yes.
Yes.
Unless there's a pilot.
Unless what?
There's a pilot, so the pilot doesn't contribute.
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm just asking. I just want to be educated. That's all right. But so economic revitalization will stimulate more businesses to come to Toms River. These additional businesses will bring additional tax revenue to the town and will not increase school-aged children. They're just business owners that are coming here. But if we don't give them an incentive to come, meaning traffic, yes, traffic sucks, excuse my French, I don't know if I'm on video, but traffic is terrible. Yes, I hate traffic too. I'm from East Orange. So don't talk to me about buildings. I know about buildings, and I know about blighted areas. And I'll tell you this, without these businesses down here, we will not have economic growth downtown. We are for all the businesses downtown and in Toms River. We want them to prosper, but they can't prosper without people paying for them. Unless they're you want all Amazon.coms? You want all retail to go out of business? We want people to come down here. We want people to say, hey, yeah, let's go to the beach. And then, hey, by the way, we can go downtown. They have a thriving downtown. Now, that's not going to happen overnight, but it's going to happen for the future. See, I'm not an old man, but I'm getting there. And I'm not talking now for me. I'm talking for the future generation. So we have to pay a little bit of money to make people have a better future for your children, to have an economically thriving Toms River, not just downtown. This is what we need to do. We need to take this leap of faith, and we need to go for it. Because what if we don't do it? Who's going to do it? We barely got them to say they wanted to do it, right? No one else would take us up on the offer. So nobody wants progress? The people here that I'm seeing that are against it do not want that type of progress. They don't want they don't know what they don't know. And I don't think they don't really researched all the data that helps them decide that, yeah, this is a good idea. And it's not a big risk because it will be subsidized by businesses also, not just them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anybody else that has not spoken yet? Is there anyone else that has not spoken? Okay, sir.
My name is, Dean Gressick. I'm a longtime resident. I'm also a business owner, and I'm also a taxpayer here. Good to see you. I know almost everybody here pretty well on a first-name basis. Only reason why I'm saying that is, and Mr. Mayor and Your Honor, a lot of people that we see over the years and see again, it's nice to see everybody. One thing I can respect is everybody that's here. I don't envy you. But what I do see here, you see, as everybody has said, on both sides. You may ask, what's my vision? What's my venture in this? I really don't have anything except one thing, and I think we need to table this. Bob Shea is a very good attorney, and his client is, I'm sure, a very nice guy. Plans are great. Mr. Roberts is here. We've heard both sides of the table. However, we know this is the first pilot program ever in Toms River. We know that. That's a fact. We also know that the agreement was just received by each and every one of you, maybe earlier, we're not sure, but at least by the public, 24 hours. Unfortunately, I can't read that fast, and I had got about halfway through it. But I think that is one of the main reasons, if not the key point here tonight, to table this, to allow each and every one of you, the councilman, Mr. Molino here, of course, is a township attorney, to help you, to go through some of these things that these people are saying, and to see whether or not they're maybe not valid, or maybe they are valid. There's, again, questions on both sides. So I would say the first thing is, number one, let's table this to review the agreement. We also heard from the special counsel, there is no necessity or timeline to negotiate the agreement that we still don't have between the school and how much money the school will be getting. You heard from Mr. Leone a couple days ago. He's still waiting. So doesn't that behoove us to let that happen? Also, too, in that agreement, let's look at the agreement. Maybe there could be negotiations, as we've heard before, to possibly have, as we know, studies are studies. They're historically based. In all due respect, studies can be wrong. They also could be right. But we also could put safeguards in there, like other towns do, so that when the students are in this building, and it's a beautiful building, sure, it's going to be great, but we as taxpayers, people are scared. Business owners want business. Me being a business owner, I'm sure it would be great. It has some good points to it. But the point is to put in those safeguards that if indeed those children are there, well, maybe there is a safeguard to allow the additional tax money that would come back to the town. Right now, we know it's not there. There's no agreement in place. That's a fact. Okay, next thing is, we have in the township plan, and Mr. Roberts wasn't here last time, but the actual zoning in the redevelopment plan has right now, it allows, as I read it, unless I'm wrong, the redevelopment plan allows the private schools. So the question would be, if that's the case, the redevelopment plan was passed, so if you can follow me, before that, in the redevelopment zone, which is called a zoning village business, how I understand it, how it's in the plan, if the plan itself allows private schooling can of course occur right in this redevelopment plan, which of course is what you're voting on. You're voting on, of course, the 7 of the ordinance and 8 of the resolution.
So can I just make a clarification real quick, and it won't come out of your time? But we're voting on a specific project which does not allow a school in it, and I believe Mr. Roberts explained that before.
I'm glad you brought that up, Mr. Latano, but you're missing the point. The redevelopment plan, which is here, encompasses the project that we're talking about, which you're voting on. The redevelopment plan, as written, is another reason why it needs to be tabled, to make sure that the redevelopment plan is amended to exclude private schools. As of now, on this page, it allows private schools. Okay. So I want to make sure you're incorrect on what you just said.
Am I?
All right.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Just a clarification. And then,
So the redevelopment plan allows for private schools. Dave's already explained why that's an anomaly to be fixed. The redevelopment project we're talking about specifically prohibits private schools in it. the governing body, when they approve the redevelopment agreement, if they approve it by the resolution, this developer can only build what we've shown everybody today, which is part of the redevelopment agreement, which has specific floor plans, elevations, and exact language that says they cannot put a private school in their building.
Does that answer your question, sir?
No, but this is exactly my point, and don't miss the big picture. We have, if I can give you, as we would say, if I had a billboard, I would show you. If we would say this is the redevelopment plan. Mr. Baumann has just answered your question, but has answered my statement. But you all missed it, went right over your head, respectfully. So this development is the building we're talking about. All right, Cagliari, if I'm pronouncing it correct. That is within, if this table is the redevelopment plan, okay, the redevelopment plan allows private schools. So he's saying the building excludes it. But as this plan is passed, a private school is allowed. That's what it says right on the page, unless I'm, all right, well, look, Mr. Roberts can,
Let me work.
yeah, sure.
Okay. So the redevelopment plan is the zoning, right? So that's the big picture. And then the governing body has the ability, through the redevelopment agreement, to limit what is otherwise permitted in the plan. So the plan could say you could build, an airplane factory. They could adopt the resolution, which they're doing, and say no airplane. Even though it says in the plan you can do it, we're not going to permit it through the redevelopment agreement. So by contract, they're prohibiting the developer from doing a private school. It's in the redevelopment agreement. So while it's in the plan, they have the authority through the redevelopment agreement to prohibit it, and that's what they're doing.
But this is the question. That if I had a different builder, and I came in under this plan, I can have a private school. That's what it says right now, correct?
In this piece of property? I mean, we're
No,
talking.
in this plan, redevelopment.
Yes. So today, yeah, not this project.
And we're not voting, we're voting on the project.
Is the desk. This is the project.
The project can't have it.
Correct.
Okay, we agree.
The project.
Okay.
So the redevelopment plan by council needs to be amended to exclude private schools. It wasn't there before this plan was enacted. So my point is, and I'll just finish up, I know my time is up. Am I for it, am I against it? I'm not going to tell you. That's up to you to make that vote. But I would behoove you guys to confer with council, confer with everyone, Mr. Roberts, table this, allow some of these good answers to these questions, make sure that the children and the taxpayers are protected. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any other member of the public that has not been heard yet, wish to be heard? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Sitta, you've been patient. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
I'm not going to go back and try and continue my history lesson. The point is that what's wrong with downtown Toms River has taken a long time to happen. The deterioration of the community. It's had a lot of factors that have entered into it. I'm not opposed to redevelopment. I don't want anybody up there to think that I came down here to badmouth this developer or the plan or the design. I just think what we're doing is we're putting 15 pounds of stuff in a 5-pound bag. The density that's projected there in residential units is 90, count them, 90 units an acre. 90 units an acre. You're creating an urban center. You're not creating a town center. You're creating an urban center. 90 units an acre. No place else in our zoning has it ever been contemplated to have that kind of density. Anybody up here think that it's realistic? And the professionals have said it. They've done the calculations. 36, we project 36 students. I understand the pilot, and I understand the committee has said, well, we can always make arrangements to give the school a portion. Great. Not in writing. You guys are all well-intentioned. But every 2 or 3 years, somebody runs for re-election or runs for election. And maybe the same people aren't sitting in those seats that are sitting there now. Whether they should or they shouldn't be. How do we have an insurance that what you folks contemplate as a contribution to the school, and I'm not saying it's going to be covered dollar for dollar. Ms. Herrick makes a good point. Nobody pays the per capita to send their kids to school. I didn't. She didn't, and I paid a whole lot more taxes than $6,000 in my life, I can tell you that. But I didn't pay the per capita cost to send my 3 sons to school. It was spread across the whole town, the senior citizens that have no kids. I understand all of those things. But is there any one of you that truly thinks in your common sense that there's not going to be at least for every 2-bedroom, 1 potential child? For every 3-bedroom, at least 2 potential children? You can talk about the projections and the professionals all you want, but let's use your common sense. Is there any one of you up there that thinks for a moment in your common sense that each one of these apartment units is only going to require 1 parking space? Is there any among you that doubt for 1 second if there's more than 1 person that's an adult and of driving age living in any one of those apartments that they're only going to have 1 motor vehicle in Toms River, New Jersey? The developer says they're going to provide shuttle services to the bus station. Well, that's great. I live in Toms River all my life. I've never been to the bus station. Never. I know where it is, but I've never taken a bus. There is no public transportation. You got Ocean County Rideshare you see bumping around every once in a while. But how are these people going to get around? They're going to have their own cars. Where are they going to park them? There's going to be 411 parking spaces under this building. Great. Do the math. 2 cars times 285 units. That's more than 411 cars. Where are they going to park? I'm not saying that it's not a great plan. I've seen similar projects. I've seen them in Annapolis, Maryland. Similar buildings.
Continue, thank you.
Similar buildings, but they were farther apart. They were on a much bigger parcel of land. They were quite pleasant. I visited them. But the space between the buildings provided for a 150-foot green area at the ground level. 2 50-foot roadways that people could drive through and view the front of the stores. There's 100 feet between these buildings. This whole property is only 300 feet wide. From behind those stores where the dance academy, where the music academy is, and Herflicker Avenue, is only 300 feet on average. We're going to put these 2 monster buildings up there. We're going to have a nice little public area. It looks all nice in the rendering. And the point of the agreement, the nuts and bolts, the nitty-gritty of what we're voting on here tonight, what you're voting on here tonight. And I know that a lot of you are in favor of it. You made up your mind. And I spent a lot of time on the bench reading people's faces. You know when to hold them, you know when to fold them. And I could see your eyes glass over. You're just listening. You're letting us all talk. You've given me extra time, Mr. President, and I appreciate it. But the fact is, you're resolute in your decisions because you started in 2017. I've lived in this town all my life. I pay pretty close attention to what's going on. Always have. Haven't stuck my nose out in it too much. But the fact of the matter is, most of this plan, in my opinion, has been done in the booth, in the back, in the corner, in the dark. And now it comes to light. And last Thursday, you were allotted 2 hours for the public to come together and see a presentation from these professionals and the developer. And they're good. They're very good. Bob Shea's one of the best. He's a silver-tongued devil. I love him. But the fact is, don't rush. What's the rush? We've been suffering through this economic drudge in downtown Toms River for a long time. I appreciate the fact that you have put a lot of effort in, presumably. You're all well-intentioned. None of you took this job, this thankless, worthless job that I don't know why anybody would want,
I agree.
with the intention that you're going to come up here and ruin Toms River. I don't believe that. That's why I don't stick my nose in your business. I go to the polls and I make myself known at the polls. I cast my vote. That's our system. You're our representatives. What's the rush? Let's read it. You haven't all even read this number 8 on the agenda. Be honest. Have you read it? Do you fully understand it? Do you know what it means? A lot of good things have been asked here tonight. I don't consider myself a stupid man. But I've been listening to some things here, and some things don't add up. I listen to these gentlemen over here. They're pretty slick. But they talk real fast, and they mumble a little bit, so the rest of us back there can't hear what they're saying. And it doesn't make sense. Some things just don't line up. The point that Mr. Gressick makes is a valid point. How come, who's to say the plan can't change when it gets to the planning board? Or isn't this going to the planning board?
No, it goes.
Got to go to the planning board, doesn't it?
Mhm.
Yes.
Point. Mr. Latano's father had a plan to build a building on Legion Square. I saw the picture. I thought it was wonderful. I have a son who's a barber. He just got out of barber school, and my late cousin Roseanne, may she rest in peace, said, you know, Gary Latano is going to build this great building. It's going to have stores on the first floor, and the next 2 floors are going to be apartments and offices. I think that you ought to talk to him about getting Dan his own barbershop right there in downtown Toms River. That'd be fantastic. I looked into it. Well, it wasn't going to be built right away. And lo and behold, a couple years later, economics being what they are, this and that, what got built? Did the building that was proposed with the stores on the bottom and the offices on the second floor and the next 2 floors of residential units, did that building get built? No. What got built by a different developer, Mr. Latano made a business decision, sold it to somebody else. What got built was 5 stories of rental apartments. It doesn't bother me. I don't have to look at it. But it's there. And that's not what was in the plan. That's not what was in the plan. It changed. All of the members of the planning board changed, the people sitting up on the town council changed, and the project changed. I don't know whether it was better or worse or whatever. We're given, as I understand it, given this developer several $1 million worth of real estate. Part of the deal. Because they've come forward and say, we can build something and they will come. If we build it, they will come. What you want, they will come. It's in their best interest that they come, because if everybody comes, they make money. The statute says, the law says 10%. They negotiated 7%. Why? Why can't we have the full 10%? It's a question. I don't know the economics of it, but I can do arithmetic. And the arithmetic that I've heard here tonight and what I've had the opportunity to read about does not add up. It doesn't add up. The arithmetic of the number of units, the arithmetic of the number of students, and think about it logically. They're telling you 36 students is what they project. Does that make sense? If that's not true, what else of their projections are not true? They could be wrong. They're professionals. They're professionals paid to figure out how to make this redevelopment project look appetizing. They're salesmen. Don't drink the Kool-Aid, folks.
Thank you. Miriam first, and then there's another woman that has not spoken yet, and then I'll get to you, Mr. Williams.
Hello, Maren Bellick. I'm the Executive Director for the Business Improvement District.
We needed that.
On the first time.
We needed that to break the tension.
Thanks. Always the fun of the joke. But so for the past year and a half, I've spoke to many residents. I spoke to many businesses. I respect everyone's opinion in this room. You always respect. You also sometimes you won't agree. Respect to disagree. I've definitely met with some of the residents for over an hour and a half in my office, and really not to persuade anyone to be for or against, but to make sure people have the accurate information. Unfortunately, a lot of misinformation's out there, social media, people are going out. I do want to say that within the past week, we have 300 businesses within the business district. 98% of them support the redevelopment, support this project specifically. I have letters of support that has been given to the mayors, given to the BA. It's also, Matt Latano has all the letters of support that council can look at. I've walked the streets, to businesses and talked to them one-on-one. We've sent out emails. So as much as I respect people's opinions here, I do want to voice, my job is to voice the businesses and represent the business district. It's important that for you guys to know that they're for this development. Unfortunately, we have a lot of businesses that are just vacant. They close up, they move out. When I speak to a lot of residents, they say, we want more restaurants, we want more retail, we want mom and pop shops. I do too. I would love for this downtown to be a thriving area, to have, not vacant storefronts. Unfortunately, I don't have the foot traffic. I don't have the economic support to have them to survive. The last thing I want is a small mom and pop business to go into a storefront and have to close within the past year, because we don't have it. I definitely value that Toms River's community. We have unity in this community. I respect that with the downtown night out, we've had about 500 to 600 residents who come out each night. 98% of them are from Toms River. It's important to build on that growth and really capitalize on that momentum and show everyone what we have to offer, fill those vacant stores, get the young residents down here, and continue to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. One moment, Mr. Mayor. Ma'am? Yes.
My name is Catherine Galeotto Gillespie, and I live on Greenview Way in scenic Toms River. And I apologize, I'm only on Exhibit 13 of this very long ordinance number 7, but I had some questions based on some things that I've read so far. So pardon me if the answers are later in this lengthy document, but I was hoping that maybe someone could speak to this is Exhibit 13, and it outlines the rent and the size and the number of the units that are in this building. And it mentions that there are affordable units, but that the affordable units are 2-bedroom and 3-bedroom. It doesn't mention any 1-bedroom affordable units or studio affordable units. And I was wondering why that was.
Mr. Roberts can handle that. I know it has to do with the Mount Laurel decision and fair housing.
Yeah, sure. It's a great question. Typically, it would be split up 1s, 2s, and 3s. However, the township has a settlement agreement that goes back to 2016 that covers the whole town with the Fair Share Housing Center. It was done as part of a court settlement. And then in that settlement agreement, it said that this redevelopment area had to be 20%. So 20% would not have worked, would have meant even a lower PIAT. So we tried to, if it worked at all, we negotiated it from 20 to 15. Their requirement for the lowering from 20 to 15 was that the 40, I think it's, I don't want to misstate, I think it's 43 units total. I think it's 22 twos and 21 threes.
Yes.
They had to be 2s and 3s instead of the typical 20, no more than 20% 1s, at no less than 20% 3s, and the rest 2s. It's 50-50. That was part of the agreement with them to
meet a minimum that's in this agreement.
It's in a separate agreement with Fair Share Housing Center that the redeveloper agreed to accommodate. So that's how the number changed.
Thank you. It might not, though, speak to that there is a demand for 1-bedroom affordable units as well that won't be present as part of this. I also noticed that the size of the units I'm a renter in the Villages of Bailey, so I kind of looked up what the size of my 1-bedroom is that I share with my husband. And I noticed that it's the same size as a 3-bedroom here as presented, and I thought that that was interesting too. And I was wondering what that might look like, being so much smaller, envisioning where everything is in my bedroom, and then thinking that 3 bedrooms would be in the same space. And that was a concern for me as well. And then there was something interesting that I'm hoping someone can speak to earlier on. It mentions that this building will have a rooftop terrace, appropriate amenities and site work, including a rooftop terrace and waterfront areas. And I know that there's no site plan yet, and maybe we don't know exactly what that would look like, but maybe someone can speak to, it's not just a 10-story, 2-tower building, but it also has this rooftop terrace, and what our thoughts were or vision was for that.
Yes, again, Mr. Baumann.
So we don't have the boards today, but at the community meeting, and maybe on the website also, they have pictures, illustrations of the actual building. And then as part of the redevelopment agreement, it has design standards, and it has floor-by-floor bedroom counts and units. So that's what it looks like.
I was thinking
So
of
that's-
like comparable buildings that are in Ocean County that also have this sort of rooftop terrace idea. I was kind of thinking of when you
Speak
exit.
to the mic.
Sorry.
Please.
When you're exiting the Parkway in Barnegat, and they've just built those buildings there that have that mixed use where it's residential, some different types of businesses, and then maybe they're condos, I'm not sure, but there might be apartments. But then they're actually like renting a rooftop terrace type, almost like a gazebo space as like a private event space. And I didn't know if that was kind of part of the vision.
I don't think that is part of the vision. It's the area in the middle here. At the top there, I think is solar. Is what they're on these two roofs. So, but that's the building basically.
Appreciate the thoughtful comments and answers from the professionals as well as the other residents. Just my personal opinion is very mixed about what this might be and what it might mean for Toms River. As a lifelong resident and product of the schools myself, it's something that I feel I can't thoughtfully craft an opinion on because I haven't read this yet myself. And I'm just thinking back historically about what this area means to me or what I might want it to be, how I currently use it, and how I might want to use it. It's all very complex and it requires a lot of thoughtfulness, and I hope that everyone is giving that thoughtfulness to their vote tonight, and I don't think it's quite possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. Mr. Williams.
Just quickly, and I actually have a question this time. But I want to preface it by saying a couple of things. I've said over and over that I'm trying to remain open on this project, notwithstanding my initial gut reaction to it was 2 10-story buildings in downtown Toms River. It just didn't sit well. But putting my paralegal hat on, I set my preconceived notions aside, I set my feelings aside, and I say, what are the facts? Give me the facts, and I proceed accordingly. And when I had first heard about this aspect of this project, which was only a few weeks ago, one of the first people I called was actually Nick Zorju. And I asked him because I value his input on these types of things. And in many ways, I agree with what his thoughts and feelings are about this. But again, I want to know what the facts are. And this evening, I think I only really heard one person, and I may even be wrong about that, but I think I only heard one person who was urging you not to do this. The bulk of the comments and the questions were that we want to know more. We're concerned about this. We want to know more. Give us more. Help us understand. But in order to do that, you need to take some time. And I'm going to read a part of the email that I sent to you guys early, late this afternoon that many of you may not have been able to open yet. And on a second page, I said, the council is poised to render votes that will monumentally and irrevocably change the appearance and fundamental nature of the historic downtown area. I'm urging you to table this. But here's my question now. Through the president, I'm asking each of the members who voted no on the motion to help me understand, well, to be more specific, what's the rush? There was a rhetorical question asked earlier to that effect. I'm asking specifically, what's the rush? Why can't this be tabled for about a month? 2 to 3 weeks. Another 2 to 3 weeks. Because the documents were just released yesterday to the general public. And I think only to certain people who actually asked for it. The financial agreement was released 2 weeks ago, supposedly. I only saw it yesterday. Only 2 weeks ago. Not years ago, not all along, 2 weeks ago. And not many people knew about it. I couldn't find it on the township website. I had to ask Mr. Molino to show me on the website, on his computer, where is it? So the question is, through the president, to each of the council members, why can't this matter be tabled? Why did you vote no? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard? Again. Mr. Tremolin.
I just have two quick things. First comment, Ms. Stewart, you made before, you said something to the effect of we can't expect the developer, the people, to pay for their entire student's education. And I'm beating a dead horse here. The issue is they're not paying anything. That is the issue. Okay? The second thing is, technically, is the penthouse the 11th floor?
What?
Well, it's a 10 stories, and now there's a penthouse, so does that make it 11?
No, I think you're talking about the terrace that she was talking about.
Terrace on the roof.
It's not on the roof, it's on that middle section in between where the pool
okay.
is.
So we couldn't hear it. We have a hard
Right.
time hearing you speak back. But if that's the answer, that's the answer.
I believe that is the answer, yes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Irene Watson, Messenger Street. When I was up here before, I asked the question about are apartments being built, townhouses being built, what is being built in this downtown area? And you said that will be up to the person who owns the property. They are private owners. What they decide to build, that's what they will build. Of course, it has to be within the zoning, and you have to have a restaurant or an apartment or a retail store, a technical, vocational school, and so on. Okay, how about somebody comes in and says, I want to have a barber shop? That's fine. How about 25 people come in and say they want a barber shop? Would that be fine?
Well, if somebody has a piece of property and they wish to sell it to someone, and whatever their plans are for that, is that what you're asking?
So the town has no say on exactly what it is, if it's...
Kind of their right
We
to
can't
sell
control
the
we
property.
can't control the use of it. I mean, if a business wants to come in, and, I mean, if they're a good businessman, they're probably not gonna come in with 25 other barbershops down there. They're gonna look at it, and they're gonna see what does it need, and then they could possibly build it. But everything that, within this redevelopment plan, is gonna have to go before planning board, is gonna have to have, you know, the plans approved of what they're putting in there.
Okay, so even though you're a private builder, owner of the property, it will have to go through...
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, so if they're all apartments, maybe somebody will say, hey, hold up, we have enough apartments?
But in the redevelopment area, we do have specific things that are required in there. There's different building heights and things of that nature. They would have to come, give us a proposal, and they would have to go to, if it's in the redevelopment area, and if it's a redeveloper, that would come before the council. If it's a private business owner, it would go right before the planning board.
Okay, and then it could be discussed and either accepted or not.
And they would all have public comment.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to be heard?
Dana?
Dana? No, I'm just saying Dana. Looks like we're this other gentleman over here.
Real quick, I know we touched on it last week, the amphitheater. I believe Mr. Charkanian, correct?
Charkan, yeah. Mr.
He
Chincallion.
had said the original was at 1,000-person capacity roundabouts.
Dave would know all the
Dave,
numbers
yeah.
on that, I believe. Bob wasn't sure about those numbers, I don't
The
believe.
original amphitheater that was proposed, how many people were, how many seats, if you will, approximately?
It was just conceptual in the model that was the redevelopment plan was based on, and we were looking at 1,000 capacity because that's what would qualify for a concessionaire's license. But that was $3 million to build that as it was costed out, so it was not cost effective.
So now we're down to 100 seats as per, you weren't here on Thursday, and I apologize.
That's okay.
But
Yeah, I think I can still speak to it. What we told the developer we wanted was some kind of an outdoor performance venue. It's not an amphitheater. but it is basically a stage and terrace seating. I don't know if there's been an estimate of how many people can accommodate. It's basically a situation where anybody can stand around the stage. There are a series of steps that semicircle around, so it kind of resembles an amphitheater, but I would say an estimate of about 100 people is probably accurate, but it depends on how good the street performer is and how many people want to watch them. If you've been to Baltimore Inner Harbor, they have those things all scattered all around, and depending on whether it's a juggling act or somebody playing guitar and singing, more people will be attracted or less people. So, but I think population-wise, probably about 100 is a reasonable estimate.
So we're gonna, I think Donna had mentioned something about tying in the boat works, like, like as a walking path through to this project and utilizing it for the public. But the question then becomes, what 100 people are going to use that? Like, we couldn't do a dance recital down there. There's more people at a dance recital, and that's a prime place to do something like that, because there are dance schools right here that we could rent it out and make money from, utilize it. But now we're down to 100 seats. So now, regardless of standing around on Water Street or Main Street, God bless you, the question is, what good is this small space as opposed to something slightly larger where we could utilize as a graduation spot, as a dance recital place, as a concert hall, the question that we've been milling about is that we're losing out on the public space as the residents, all of us, all the residents, including the ones that will live there. But again, we're just tired of losing. At this point, we're just tired of losing out. Whether it be for the schools, the police, this, recreation, it's just a lot. So, like I said, I appreciate the time. Sorry to bother you again. I know we've been here for 12 hours, but
All good.
the more people speak, the more questions
Yes.
pop into your head.
We
Thank you.
understand. Sir, you had another question?
Getting stiff from standing there waiting. Thank you, Mayor, for listening to us. One thing that I think the public should be aware of is that the creation of the redevelopment commission and the redevelopment zone throws out all existing zoning. All existing zoning regulations are thrown away, and the commission is allowed to look at the plan of a developer as considered by our township planner, and I have great respect for Dave. But there's no preventing a developer from presenting 10 stories, 12 stories, or 6 stories. He can choose whatever he wishes for the land available. And the density of 90 units per acre is virtually unheard of in Ocean County, perhaps Long Branch or Asbury Park. But we are not those places. Long Branch is Monmouth, I'm sorry. The other point I wanted to question was, has any coordination been done with our public utilities, which are not township owned, they're privately owned? Toms River Water, do they have a 8-inch main and 8-inch main in Water Street? Will an 8-inch main support 285 residential units plus stores and restaurants? Will the wastewater system, are the wastewater pipes in the street, which was concrete, large enough to handle the waste flow from these residential units? Not only at midnight or 2 o'clock in the morning, but in the morning when people are taking showers, in the evening when they're taking showers. Do we have enough capacity? I know the wells will support the demand, I'm sure, and the sewage pump stations will support the inflow. But do the pipes serving this project have the capacity to serve the public that's going to be living there? And also, what are we doing with the stormwater runoff? None of that was taken up at the meeting. And I think the thing that disturbs the public the most is the fact that the redevelopment commission meetings were never advertised. We never knew when the meeting was taking place. Bob may discredit that statement, but I was never aware that there was a project in this stage of completion, in the planning. So, someone may say, these are last-minute complaints. Yes, but there was never any publicity regarding the project before last week. So the people are here, and I thank you for hearing us.
No problem. Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard? Mr. Anderson.
Art Anderson, 12 Park Street. Again, sorry that I didn't take Evelyn Wood's speed reading class, so I'm not really sure if this is in the agreement. But we're giving them $8 to $10 million worth of value of property. So my concern, and I don't know if maybe it's in there, is if they develop this, and from my understanding, the pilot goes with them if they sell this property, why wouldn't they just bill it and sell it? Because they're going to make the $8 to $10 million on the value of the property. What is in there to make it so they don't sell it and make a profit on our property? Is there anything in it?
I think the redevelopment attorney can answer that.
They can transfer it.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where the 8 to 10 million number comes. It's out of the, it's not accurate. But in any event, between now and when they construct it, there is a reverter clause in the agreement. So we didn't want to have a situation where they buy the property and never build their project. So we do build into it a provision that the property would revert back to us if they don't build their project.
Thank you.
But can Mr. Baumann, can you also explain, it's not like they could just build the project and then just turn it over. It's not like turning over a house that you
Right,
leave
so
that.
first place, they had to create an urban renewal entity, which is a limited dividend company. So whenever you are the beneficiary of a payment in lieu of taxes, annual service charge, under New Jersey law, you have to create a limited dividend company, which means there's a limitation on your profits. And if they make more than the profits than they're permitted under the statute, they have to pay that over to the governing body. That's for the life of the annual service charge. And then on top of that, if they want to transfer it at any time during the process, they have to only transfer it to another limited dividend company, meaning another company that has limited profit. And they have to get certain approvals that are required to transfer. So it has to be a company that can operate the facility. So there's, depending on whether it's pre-construction or post-construction, there's different limitations on transferring, but in all cases, it's always going to have to be an urban renewal entity, a limited dividend company, which has a cap on the profits they can make, and then the excess profits, if they make them, are additional annual service charge gets paid over to the town.
So I'm a little confused with that answer. So the profits can never be higher?
So they could sell it, but it's not an easy thing to do. And there's limits on what they can make.
Right, and during the time, there is a limit on how much they can profit. Yes, there is, in the statute.
Basically, in the agreement, there should be something that says if they sell it, they lose the pilot or something like that. I think we should protect ourselves.
They would transfer it to the buyer.
Yeah, so in other words, the town would lose the value of that property.
No.
It's got to go to another company identical to that, where they're also captive
I know, but we
profit.
decided this developer is the developer we wanted. Now we're saying that we can give it to anybody, and we don't know how they're going to treat that same building.
No, if they don't develop the property, it reverts back to the township.
That's if they don't build it.
Correct.
I'm not talking about if they don't build it. I'm talking about if they build it and then turn around and sell it.
But you just said if they go to another developer, it'd have to be another entity.
Another developer, another owner.
Another entity that
Yes.
that has this company set up to deal with the pilot.
There's nothing there. That's what I'm just saying, that we need to look into. There's a lot of little details I think we're missing.
Does any other member of the public wish to be heard?
I would just ask if people are up here and they're speaking, okay, because we can hear things up here. We've been here a long time, and everyone's tired. But everyone should respect the opinions of people coming up here, and I'm hearing people being mocked for their comments, and that's not appropriate.
On both sides.
I'm not speaking to anybody. And everybody that comes up here should be given the respect of their opinion, their time, and they shouldn't be made fun of. And that's on both sides. And really, I don't even understand why they're sides. We're all residents. I think we're creating sides. People are up here asking questions and opining on this. So I would just ask everyone that comes up here, show a level of respect to your fellow neighbors and residents of Toms River.
Does any other member of the public wish to be heard?
Seeing
Counsel,
none,
your
move-
pleasure.
Move to close the public portion of the public comment.
Seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
I'm going to move again, Council President, to table 7 and 8, given the questions that have been asked tonight and at the request of the many residents who are asking for more time. And I'm going to echo that I don't see the rush in 2 to 4 weeks for a project of this magnitude. It gives people the time. And as Mr. Zorju said, and I always respect Mr. Zorju's opinion, it's about trust, right? It's about trust. And the public's got to trust that they're going to have the time to review this redevelopment agreement and ask the questions they want to ask. And I think we talk about leaps of faith and trying to move forward. I think they would trust us a lot more if we gave them that time. And I'm going to make that motion.
I'll second that motion.
Okay. Certainly, the motion's already been decided on, but we can certainly vote on it again.
Mr. Molino, is there anything that precludes that motion after public comment?
The motion has already been made and decided, so it is technically out of order. However, it's council's pleasure whether to take it up.
I'd ask council to take it up based upon the people we represent, right? The people that have come forward tonight asking us to do this. That we didn't hear public comment. I asked you to do it. You've now heard from the public echoing what I've asked you. I'd ask you to take it up.
Okay. Clerk, roll call, please.
Motion made by Councilman Turnbuck, second by Councilman Roderick. Councilman Turnbuck?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick?
No.
Councilman Kopp? No. Councilman Lotano?
No.
Council Vice President Maruka?
No.
Council President Gagan?
No. Thank you very much, Mr. Mullen. Okay, council, your pleasure on item 7.
Move the ordinance on final.
Second.
Item 7, motion made by Councilwoman Yurick, second by Council Vice President Maruka. Councilwoman Yurick?
I'm moving this ordinance because we are not rushing this. We were actually, and I'm sorry, I'm going to try to speak up. I know, I always think I'm speaking louder than I am. But we were given a presentation, several presentations on the financial agreement over the last couple of years by Mr. Baumann, who we hired to scrutinize this for us as a township to make sure that we would be getting the best deal we possibly could for what we asked this developer to do. And the first time he presented to us, he said, no, go back to the drawing board. They're going to have to redo this. This is not going to work. It doesn't pencil out. It doesn't work. And it was a lot more units, and it was just not feasible. And so he said the size of the units weren't right, the number of units, it just wasn't going to work. So they actually went back to the drawing board, and they developed this plan in great detail. And Mr. Baumann came back to us and presented back to us again. I think it was about 6 months ago. It was quite some time ago. So this is not the first time the council is seeing this information. It's the first time it was released to the public. But normally things like this aren't released to the public until they're agreed upon, because It's a negotiation that has to be agreed upon between the government and the developer. And he did present to us in detail and said, this will actually work. This is actually what we think will fly and will be successful, and the numbers add up. And we've hired these professionals. We've hired Mr. Bauman. Mr. Roberts works for the township. We have to, I'm not a developer, I'm not a planner, I'm not a financial analyst. I'm a registered nurse, and I work in the IT department in the healthcare industry. So I have to trust that my professionals that I've hired as part of the council, as part of the township, are going to not lead me astray. They're not salesmen. They're not here they're not going to make money if this deal goes through or not. They're getting paid regardless because we hired them, we paid them already. So if they say, no, don't do it, this isn't going to work, they don't make any more money or any less. That's not their job. Their job is to give us the best advice they possibly can. And I feel that we've received that advice. We've received it over several years. We've received different bits of information over that time. We've gone on site visits. We've had multiple presentations, and this is only the beginning. This is the first step. So you guys are going to have many opportunities in the future to make further public comment. This does have to go before the planning board. And there are further details that have to be hammered out that you will have opportunity to comment on. So I vote yes.
Council Vice President Maruka.
We have rehashed this plan probably since day one when it was presented to us. And Councilwoman York is absolutely right. When it was first presented, it was absolutely no. Because what they had presented was just too large, too many units, things of that nature, and there wasn't enough that we felt was for the township. So they reworked that plan. And they've reworked it again, and they've brought it back to us. And we are trusting the advice of our professionals, but I think you also have to trust your elected officials to make the right decisions for you. We heard a lot tonight, both pro and con. And on the people against the project, a lot of it had to do with the schools. And I think S2 plays a big part in that. This project isn't about S2. S2 is taking it to Trenton, have the governor and the legislature revamp that formula, because Toms River has gotten the you-know-what of the stick for far too long on this. So to make this about school funding when there are other bigger issues in our school funding formula, this project isn't that's going to make or break it on that. I do agree we need to have some type of agreement to pay some of the fee we are getting back to the school system. I'd like to see that done sooner than later. But this project, I believe, will move forward the downtown, where people have been talking about downtown redevelopment for the past 30, 40 years that I know of. As a member of the Chamber of Commerce, we used to meet at the Lobster Shanty on Thursday mornings at 8 a.m. and decide, okay, which way are we going? We have a proven developer with financial backing behind it, with a proven track record. This is something we need to move this project forward. And with that, I vote yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
I have a few things to say. I'm going to try to make it brief, but my notes are a little jumbled because I was addressing people as they were talking instead of interrupting them. So 2 Rutgers studies plus the Board of Ed have agreed approximately in the amount of money plus the students. We have to base what we're voting on the information provided. So that's one of the things. Mrs. Sergio, I hope I pronounced your name correctly. I want to thank you. Not only are you asking good questions, but I can tell you're actually listening to the answers. You're right. Whether we vote for or against this project, you know, everyone up here cares deeply about this town, and we all think we're doing what's in the best interest for the long term. There's been a lot of talks about the previous councils and previous administrations. We are a very young council. In my short time here, we've had to make very difficult decisions. For those of you, which are a lot of you in this room, who come regularly, I think you know that the people up here are acting in Toms River's best interest. This negotiation is far more complicated than selling a home. I know it's easy to simplify it as like, you know, we're giving the property up and getting $400,000 in return, and it's a sweetheart deal and all these things. This is a $67 million building of construction costs. It's going to generate $5 million approximately. I think the number is $4.9 million in spending from the residents that are going to happen not just in the downtown, but the food store, you know, food delivery services, all sorts of things. That's part of this, right? So it's not just $400,000 in replace for a pilot program and a property. There's a lot of abstract things that you have to look into. There's a lot that goes into it. Every give and take, you know, has to be looked at 5 years down the road, 10 years down the road. How is this going to affect us 20 years down the road, 30 years down the road? I mean, these are the things that we really have to drill down in. We hired Mr. Baumann, who is an expert in redevelopment attorney. We're taking his word for a lot of this. I mean, he does this every day. He negotiates developments for a living. Redevelopments, I should say, for a living. He works for the township for our best interest. You know, to say that you just don't believe in any of his numbers, I mean, they put a lot of work into it. They don't just pull them out of thin air. There's a lot of studies that go into it. We have to trust the person who was hired to do this. I think we all agree something needs to happen downtown. It's just what that is, right? What is the rush? Well, change happens, and it happens quickly. Change happened to our downtowns in the 70s when the malls closed all the businesses downtown. Online shopping has changed malls. There's a lot of change that happens. Change is inevitable. We have a choice right now to vote on change instead of allowing change to happen to us. And that would be my vote. I would vote yes to initiate the change. Thank you.
Councilman Roderick.
It's most unfortunate that Mayor Hill and this council's vision for Toms River is so radically different than that of the residents. This is not a good deal for Toms River. It's not a good deal for Toms River schools. I vote no.
Councilman Turnbach.
For 3.5 years, I've sat up here and listened to a lot of members of the council rail against Trenton and S2 and speak about how our schools operate so efficiently and we have to look after our students. And this pilot is premature because we have no guarantee, no contract, no anything, but the council's interested in helping the schools and we want to pay. And that's not good enough. We rail against S2. We're suing the state of New Jersey over the funding formula. And now I'm hearing members of the council that are railing against S2 say, you know, our numbers are down in the school, our enrollment is down, which is what the state uses to justify S2. Can we just turn that off, please? So we don't have to move this quickly. We don't. 2 weeks is nothing. We've had the benefit of 2 years. Yes, the public hasn't. They stood up here tonight and asked us for 2 weeks to 4 weeks. We should have given it to them. We absolutely should have given it to them. And we should have an agreement in place. I don't care if this council says, I'm going to give you 100% to the schools, but the schools are going to get hurt on this. They are. And it's not good enough to say, we'll address that later, because we're just adding to S2. This is an excellent deal for Capadaglia. I've been impressed by them. This isn't a shot at them. And I think a lot of what's being formulated up here is either you're for it or against it. Every resident I've talked to in our downtown wants revitalization. They just want to be informed on it and want to make sure it's the right thing, which I don't think the business owners are against either. I'm not against your business is thriving. I live down here. I have a business down here. I want you to thrive. But we're not just voting on something that is for the businesses. We're voting on something that impacts our schools. We don't have a plan in place for our schools because the pilot doesn't pay any taxes to the schools, and our schools aren't in a normal situation. They're hurting. We are hurting. And we should have made a plan before we move this pilot. Because we haven't made that plan, I'm voting no.
Council President Gagan.
We've certainly heard the residents, and we've also heard a lot from residents that are not here, that don't choose to be here and speak out in support of this for fear of being heckled, as you heard tonight. I also am a lifelong resident of Toms River. I care a lot about Toms River, as does every member of the council here. Some change is good, some is not good. I wasn't in favor of the name change in 2006. People wanted to bring more businesses to town, make it more urban, 2006. Bring the ward system. You know, they wanted to think it was like Jersey City, where, you know, maybe some members of the audience are from, or the council are from. I like Toms River. Mr. Seta, that was when it was the village of Toms River. It was Dover Township then. And it will always be Dover Township in my heart, but again, I had to accept change and move on. I certainly agree the schools need help. They need any help we can give them. You know, without our schools, you know, real estate is attached to that, and you know, real estate suffers, businesses suffer, and whatnot. These decisions that we're making, I know everybody thinks it's a knee-jerk reaction, it's quick. A lot of these conversations and planning started long before. I can speak for myself, Councilman Latano, Councilman Kopp were up here. It had changed along the way, as Councilwoman Hurek had said, when we came on board, getting brought up to speed. It's been a long road. As I said last time, it's kind of like the plane is on final approach, and you know, we want to put the brakes on. Change has to happen. I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity for the residents to get involved in it, have their input also heard, and again, we don't make these decisions lightly, but I vote yes to move ahead.
With 5 affirmative votes, the ordinance is adopted. Item 8 is a resolution of the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey, designating a redeveloper for the property commonly known as Block 569, Lots 3, 4, 5, 5.01, 10, and 11.01 on the tax map of the township, and authorizing the execution of a redevelopment agreement and purchase and sale agreement.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilwoman Yurick, second by Council Vice President Maruka. Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
No.
Councilman Turnbach?
No.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 9 is a resolution of the Township of Toms River making application to the local finance board pursuant to NJSA 40A:12A-29A3 and NJSA 40A:12A-67G.
Move the resolution.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilwoman Yurick. Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
Abstain.
Councilman Turnbach?
No.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 10, an ordinance of the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Chapter 121 Hotels and Motels of the Township Code to establish a hotel and motel occupancy tax pursuant to NJSA 40:48F-1, first reading.
Move the ordinance on first reading.
Second.
Motion was made by Councilwoman Yurick, seconded by Council Vice President Maruka. Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
No.
Councilman Turnbach?
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 11 is a resolution of the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey, designating FDS Toms River LLC redeveloper of Block 605, lots 421 through 433 and 489 through 501, Block 606.01, lots 369-387, Block 606.02, lots 336-367 and 390-420, Block 607, lots 247, and adjacent municipal rights-of-way within the Hooper Caudina redevelopment agreement for the same.
Move the resolution?
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilwoman Yurick. Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach?
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 12, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, authorizing entry of a real estate purchase and sale agreement with FDS Toms River LLC as the designated redeveloper of Block 606.02, lots 394, 395, 406, 409, 410, and 411 within the Hooper Caudina redevelopment plan area for development of the U.S. Department of Veterans Affairs community-based outpatient clinic. First reading.
Move the ordinance on first.
Second?
Go ahead.
Sorry.
You got it.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilman Lotano. Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach?
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 13, a resolution of the Township of Toms River amending a resolution consenting to the issuance of certain short-term notes by the Toms River Municipal Utilities Authority as previously amended.
Move the resolution?
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilwoman York. Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilwoman York.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Abstain?
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 14, a resolution of the Township of Toms River providing for an issue of tax appeal refunding bonds, authorizing the sale of tax appeal refunding bonds, Series 2021, authorizing advertisement of a notice of sale, authorizing the Chief Financial Officer to sell and award the bonds, determining the form and other details of the bonds, and authorizing other matters relating thereto.
Move the, go ahead. Move the resolution.
Second?
Motion was made by Councilwoman Yorick, seconded by Council Vice President Maruka. Councilwoman Yorick.
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
I have a question. Is this all, can somebody let me know exactly what this is going towards? I was unable to...
This is BASF.
Yeah, this is the BASF.
This is the BASF, because
Yes.
I was unable to find the, I'm going to vote no.
Council President Gagan.
Yes, this is the
Wait,
tax
hold on.
appeal where we owe
We missed turn.
BASF 15 million, that comes 100.
We missed turn.
Oh, I'm sorry, you missed.
We missed Councilman Turnbuck.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yeah, this is the SEBA tax appeal where, again, it's something else that's been kicked down the can down the road where we have to deal with 15 million or so is owed to SEBA Geigy. That comes out 100% from us, the local taxpayers. I wish it was the other way around because certainly then the schools could get $7.5 million of that, but in this case, it's 100% on us. So I vote yes.
Item 15, an ordinance reappropriating $985,532.25 of the proceeds of obligations not needed for their original purposes in order to provide for a capital improvement in and by the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey. First reading.
Just want to clarify for the council, items number 15 and 16 are reintroductions of ordinances that were previously adopted. They have to go through the process again because there was an inadvertent deficiency in the public notice.
Thank you.
Move the ordinance on first?
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, seconded by Councilwoman Yurick. Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 16 is an ordinance reappropriating $1,396,007.38 of the proceeds of obligations not needed for their original purposes in order to provide for a capital improvement in and by the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, New Jersey. First reading.
Move the ordinance on first.
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, second by Councilwoman Yurick. Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach?
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Item 17, an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, amending and supplementing Chapter 383, Parks Municipal of the Township Code to establish rules and regulations governing the Toms River Skate Park. First reading.
Move the ordinance on first.
Second?
Motion was made by Councilwoman Yurick, second by Councilman Lotano. Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach?
Yes.
Council President Maruka?
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka? And Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Next, we have our consent agenda. All matters listed under item consent agenda will be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired on any item, that item will be considered separately.
Does any member of the council have any item they wish to discuss separately or voted on separately?
Yes, I'd like an explanation of the project in I and K,
I is an item, and K is in king.
and a roll call.
Okay.
And Council President, last meeting, it was a little late, and I misspoke about the performance guarantees and the maintenance guarantees, and at what point in the project each one of those is received by the township, and why those are received by the township, and what happens to the township if we refuse them.
Okay.
If the council refuses the fees that have been requested by developers. So could Mr. Merlino please explain
The difference in the
performance
two?
guarantees and maintenance
Sure,
guarantees?
these are both required under the municipal land use law. So the performance guarantee really comes sort of in the beginning of the project to guarantee that the developer is going to perform and build whatever they say they were going to build. If they fail to do so, then the township can look to the bond to complete the project or to put it back the way it was, if it was only halfway started. Maintenance guarantee comes at the end of the project, after the project is accepted, and there's a time limitation of that, I believe 2 years, in case anything goes wrong with the project. Either the developer has to go back and fix it, or the township can look to the bond to cover any costs that we might have. In terms of where, in response to Councilman Roderick's question,
I didn't have a question.
no, I mean, you wanted to know what they were
An
for.
explanation. Yeah.
No, I was wondering if Mr. Roberts could give us a description of the two projects.
Oh, okay, well,
Just
just to
quickly,
finish my
yeah,
thought.
what happens to the township if
Well, we're
if
under
the
an
council
obligation-
refuses to accept the performance guarantee?
Well, we'd be sued for the money, because we're under obligation once the requirements of the bond are satisfied to release it.
Okay. Is there any member of the public that has an item they wish discussed or voted, explained separately? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a motion to move the rest of the agenda with the exception of items I as an item and K as in king.
Motion to move the agenda with the exception of I and K.
Second.
The balance of the agenda, with the exception of items I and K, was moved by Councilman Lotano, second by Councilwoman Yurick. Councilman Lotano.
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Yes.
Councilman Kopp.
Yes.
Councilman Roderick.
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach.
Yes.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Yes.
Council President Gagan.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Roberts, if you could come up and explain items I, it's 1880.
Not the items, a description of the project.
I actually don't handle the bonds. I believe, though, I
No,
do.
no, it's the
It's
project
project.
at 1882
Right, that's
Hooper.
what I
I'm not
mean.
even sure.
By address, off the top of my head, I think, I
It's a
believe
retail.
1882, I do know, that's the March Associates, a small strip center that's approved between, right near the Church Road
Chuck Handel
cul-de-sac.
and-
And I think 1349 is another commercial project on Route 9.
I believe
It's Goodwill.
That's Goodwill.
That's Goodwill.
Goodwill, that's
Drop.
completed,
Good-
yes.
Goodwill for K, and for I,
It was explained to me
They
as a
want to do a,
retail
I'm
facility.
sorry, I'm
It's the
asking, I'm
real,
so
it's the
sorry. I would
it's the
love to
property that
just-
has the George Realty on it that was just sold, I think, right?
Right, I believe it's all the way up Hooper. It's
Yeah.
the,
Yes.
it's the March Associates is the developer. They're doing a strip retail
Strip
center.
mall in by Church and Hooper.
Yes. Yeah, and it runs, I forget the name of the street in the back.
It's Heinz Road.
Heinz Road.
Heinz Road,
Yeah,
right.
it's over by Heinz
So
Road.
It's right in that corner by the access road to the jug handle, and it's a retail center. I believe it's around 20,000 square feet, somewhere in there.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, your pleasure. Item I.
Motion on I?
Second.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
A roll call vote.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, second by Councilman Latano. Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilman Latano?
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach?
Yes.
Council President Kagan?
Yes.
Motion on K?
Second.
Motion was made by Council Vice President Maruka, second by Councilwoman Yurick. Council Vice President Maruka?
Yes.
Councilwoman Yurick?
Yes.
Councilman Kopp?
Yes.
Councilman Lotano?
Yes.
Councilman Roderick?
Yes.
Councilman Turnbach?
Yes.
Council President Gagan?
Yes.
We do not have any reports tonight, so we move right on to the bills.
Move the bill list.
Second?
Bill list moved by Councilman Turnbach, seconded by Council Vice President Maruka. Councilman Turnbach.
Thank you. I'll abstain from PO 21-04290, payable to the magistrates, 21-04288, payable to law office of Dasty McGuckin, 21-04177, payable to the Diedelmeyer family, and PO 21-04333, payable to Habitat for Humanity. With the magistrates and Dasty McGuckin, I'm a local attorney in town. I have conflicts with them. Diedelmeyer, I have a attorney-client relationship with. Habitat for Humanity, I sit on the board. Yes to the balance.
Council Vice President Maruka.
Abstain to PO 21-04288, payable to Dasty McGuckin, Attorney at Law, and PO 21-04290, pertaining to the Toms River payroll item, payroll line item 100, to payable to NJMVC lease program. I have a conflict. Yes to the balance.
Councilwoman Yurick.
Abstain from PO 21-04207, payable to Remington and Vernick Engineers. Yes to the balance.
Councilman Kopp.
I abstain from all bills payable to Berkeley Township and all bills payable to Owen and Little Associates. Yes to the balance.
Point of order. Does he need to list the bills by number? No, okay. Councilman Lotano.
I have one abstention. It's PO 21-01486, payable to Preferred Behavioral Health. I have a conflict. Yes to the balance.
Councilman Roderick.
I'm going to abstain to PO 21-00117 to Direct Development. I'm not sure why we continue to pay $4,500 every 2 weeks to a PR firm, and I'm not sure exactly what service they're rendering. And then I'm voting no on PO 21-04288, payable to the law offices of Dasty Murphy McGuckin.
Yes to the balance.
Yes to the balance.
Council President Gagan.
Yes to all. I have no conflicts.
And then next we have elected officials' comments.
Mayor Hill.
Thank you, Council President. Saturday, most of us were at the ribbon cutting for the skate park. I think we can all agree what a great success that was. It's 3 years in the making, and I have to credit the persistence of Anthony DeVecchia and Robert Affa. They came to a number of meetings, and I think it took convincing on our part that we really need a skate park. Was it going to be successful, or was it going to be used? I think if you showed up Saturday and saw the ribbon cutting, that was answered in spades. It was a huge success. It had, even before the official opening, there had been 40 to 50 people using that on a daily basis. We're still waiting for the lights. They're on back order. And and once they come, that'll be open in the evening. You will have to get a badge, which is available at the youth center, which is right next to the police station. It's also available at the recreation building. But it was a very nice day for the ribbon cutting and to see the skateboarders out there. And we were trying to get Terrence to go on the skateboard, but he refused. And I watched this afternoon, our Little League All-Star team unfortunately lost close game to Texas 2-1. I think I can safely say that anybody who plays Little League Baseball, your dream is to get to Williamsport, and they did it. They got there. Unfortunately, they came up a little bit short, but I think it was a heck of an effort. As I said, it was a close game, 2-1. It was right down to the end. They scored 1 run in the bottom of the 5th inning. I was hoping for another run in the 6th inning, but that didn't happen. So I would hope we could honor them at a future meeting here. I know there are a lot of fans out there, and I don't know if there's anything. Have you heard, Maria, anything about a parade or when they're coming back?
No, they'll be in touch with me probably tomorrow.
Okay, I don't know if
get
they,
their time
do
frame
they
for
stay
the
through the
schedule.
tournament, or do they stay a couple of more days, or?
They said they're probably going to be up there for another day or two.
Yeah.
They're still working out the details.
I figured they'd stay for a couple of more games, so. But again, hats off, they did a great job. They told us early in the year when we were there throwing out the first pitch that this 12-year-old team was very talented, and they thought they could go all the way, and they did. So congratulations to them.
Thank you. Councilman Roderick.
Well, I wanted to congratulate the Toms River Little League on their amazing victory in Grand Slam, and I didn't know about the loss today, but they certainly played an amazing series. And I also wanted to thank all of the teachers and parent volunteers who made the band program over the summer possible at High School North. The kids loved it. It was a fantastic barbecue. And it was a great opportunity for kids. And I just wanted to thank them all for that. Other than that, I have nothing further this evening.
Councilman Turnback.
Thank you, Council President. I want to first thank the township for recognizing Fulfill with regard to Hunger Action Month. Fulfill has been the driving force behind our food distribution. We are going on week 73 this week. Every Friday, Fulfill brings down 2 trucks packed with food for our residents who are in need. They've never failed us. They're absolutely an unbelievable outfit, so I'm thankful for the township that they recognize them. I want to congratulate our retirees from the police, our new hires, and our promotions as well. And I want to speak tonight to something with regard to moving forward on this plan. I think we can all learn something tonight from how things went. And from the council's perspective, the lesson I definitely take is that more information's got to be provided out to the public as these projects are progressing, to the extent it can be. I recognize negotiations. I'm an attorney. I understand that and respect it. But we've got to do a better job at getting information out to the public. And we've got social media available to us. When the school referendum came around, whether you like it or not, they went to 21 different schools and made presentations, and the public had knowledge of it. I'm on Facebook. I saw it all the time. I knew what it was about. And we didn't do that tonight. And to the residents of this town, we're one community, and this thing has quickly shaped as the residents against the businesses, but it's the residents that are going to support the businesses, and we all want to see the businesses survive. So as we move forward in this, the decision's been made. I ask that we come together to work to have the best Toms River that we can have, because that's why we're here. And I'll submit with that, Council President.
Thank you. Councilman Latano.
Thank you very much. And I agree with Councilman Turbach on the, openness and transparency moving forward. Also, there could be an opportunity to have residents on a redevelopment committee, to look at any future projects that may be. And I think there's quite a few people in this room that would be perfect candidates for something like that. There was something I didn't get to address before. I hear the word bad deal sometimes when we're talking about this redevelopment. I did say we did hire an expert in the redevelopment law. There's a lot of people saying it's a bad deal, and to qualify yourself as being able to say that is it's a big statement. I mean, Mr. Baumann does this every single day, and he's got a background in it. To just say that's a bad deal without really understanding it is very difficult, and I think we should be more transparent with the financials and everything else moving forward, and even before it goes to the planning board. On a lighter note, again, congratulations to our Little League team. They did an amazing job. There's a lot of people on that team. I went to high school with their parents, and it's quite amazing to see the last names on the jerseys of the kids I played Little League with. The skate park grand opening on Saturday was the most exciting grand opening and ribbon cutting I've ever been part of. I got out of the car and I saw 3 kids in a row do a backflip on a scooter, and I was totally blown away. One of them wasn't wearing a helmet, and I knew I was getting older when I stopped, and I was like, please put a helmet on. Coming up soon on September 18th, there will be one council meeting before it, but it does fill up. There is a Sup the River. It's a stand-up paddleboard race on a river. We have a waterfront community. This race will start at the Toms River Yacht Club. It'll go around towards the country club and circle back. There's an opportunity for, good, I see some people excited about that. There's an opportunity for people to race, to spectate. Even they have a spectators area on the River Lady. So the River Lady will come out and have like a breakfast kind of a thing, and you can watch the suppers from the River Lady too, if that's what you'd like. There is a fun/sprint race that's, for new people or kids. There's a 3-mile race for the little bit more adventurous, and then there's a 6-mile paddle race that's pretty serious. There are rentals available, and you can register for that on paddleguru.com. It does fill up, so if you are interested, I would recommend getting on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Maruka.
Thank you, Council
Can't talk
President.
anymore.
With our Little League team, those guys really played with a lot of heart. They gave it their best shot, and I honestly think they were having the times of their lives in the days they spent up there, and I know they'll be able to cherish them. Love to bring them in for a council meeting in September. I'll just work that out with the Terrell board, and we'll see which is the best night that we can get the most team here and their families, so we can honor them. Councilman Turndock talked a little bit about Fulfill and our partnership with them on Fridays. This Friday, though, they're going to be adding to, besides a food distribution, they're also going to be bringing down their benefits bus, and that will be at the Presbyterian Church between 9 and 11. Some of the things they'll be able to go over with the residents would be affordable health care, SNAP enrollment assistance, tax refund assistance, energy assistance, and affordable housing. They will have representatives that will help people that need social services. It's the first time we're bringing them down. Hopefully residents will take advantage of it, but it's something I'd like to see maybe at least a monthly or maybe bi-monthly basis that we can bring them in to meet with our residents and people that are in need in our community, and not just in Toms River. Our food drive is open to anyone that's in need. You don't have to be a Toms River resident. You can anywhere in Ocean County, and it doesn't even matter. Just come on down, and we're there to fill your trunk up with food. Tonight was a long night. It was a long night coming after a couple long meetings we had last week and the week before. And it was disseminating information. And sometimes, up here on the council, we see this come across us more often than the general public. And a lot of times we can't give all the details until something is voted on. But I think we need to keep the dialogue open with our residents, particularly in our downtown redevelopment area, because this is the first project that we're having. And with this project, I know there's people think that, to paraphrase Councilman Latano, maybe a bad deal. But there's give and take in any kind of negotiation. And sometimes to bring that first developer in, you might have to give up a little bit more. But that's what's going to spur the developers to come on in and start taking a look at that second piece or that third piece. And that's what it takes. And we just had to start somewhere. And with someone with a proven track record that has the financing in place and we were comfortable enough with the size of the, not the scale, but I mean the units in there and everything. It was just something that I'm glad we were able to move forward and get the downtown redevelopment really started for this. But as these projects come up, there needs to be more involvement from the public. They will not be on this grand scale that you've seen for this evening. There are going to be projects that are going to be, what I would say, graduated in height, in size. There might be other developers coming in. There might be private landowners that say, maybe now I'll be able to take a shot on this as they spur on. I hope this puts more of our residents to work, because these projects with the, kind of got lost in the shuffle tonight was the VA. We approved the developer agreement for our VA clinic and the redevelopment agreement with there, and that was something that was totally lost within the conversation and the back and forth and the give and take on the redevelopment project for the downtown. But these are all decisions that we do not take lightly. We hear you. We respect your opinion. We respect the opinions, whether we might agree to disagree, but we respect the opinions of each council member here. But we need to move forward as a town. We need to move forward with a little bit more information. And I think one of the best things our residents can do is we put out a monthly e-newsletter. I don't know how many residents are signed up for that, but that's an easy way to get information about what's going on in town. And I believe next one will be coming out shortly, because the month of September is right around the corner. And also our next council meeting will be after our schools open up. And I just hope everybody keeps in mind when the kids are, congregating on corners, waiting for buses, that there's going to be more foot traffic around on our streets. There'll be more traffic on our roads with the school buses. And please give them the due attention that they need, because everybody's so busy rushing with their lives. But when you come to this time of the year and school starts, we get into a different type of pattern, and we really need to pay more attention to just driving around town, bus stops and things of that nature. And that's all I have for this evening, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hurek.
So Councilwoman Maruka stole my thunder on the VA. I was like, the VA was completely overshadowed tonight by the downtown redevelopment, but that is really a wonderful thing that we all, I think, agree on. There wasn't any discussion about it because it's a great project. We're very excited about it. And congratulations again to the mayor. I know this was a really important project for him. I wanted to congratulate Toms River Little League East, of course, for as far as they got. They did an amazing job. I mean, it's just phenomenal that we have such amazing baseball players coming out of Toms River, that not just once, twice, this is amazing that we have such talented kids. So congratulations to them. And also, I am disappointed that I got to miss the opening of the skate park. I was away this weekend, and I've been excited about this. I'm, of course, very enthusiastic about Parks and Recreation in town. I've tried to promote several different ideas, and the skate park was definitely one that I was supportive of. So I'm sorry that I missed that. And also, just to make sure everybody's aware that the Pfizer vaccine is now FDA approved for those 16 and over. It's still EUA for 12 to 15, but that should help more people feel more confident about the vaccine, and hopefully we can get the virus back under control. The numbers are going up in the state, in the country, and it's highly transmissible now in, I believe, all counties in New Jersey. I do work at the hospital. We've had to reinstitute some restricted visitation. I wear a mask all day at work. There's just, and hopefully we don't have to start wearing goggles again, but just everybody keep using those infection control procedures, washing your hands, wear a mask when you're in a group that there's not, this room has a lot of space, so, it's a little safer with the air circulation, but just be diligent so that we can put this thing to rest and get back to our normal lives. So, and shot number 3, of course, if you're eligible for booster, some of those of us who got the shot right away are now coming up on the 8 months. So, and right now it's for immunocompromised. So if you know anyone that's immunocompromised, they can call a pharmacy and make an appointment for a 3rd shot, or the various entities, like the hospital that I work for does walk-in days. So just, I'm sure you can find online where to go. That's it.
Councilman Kopp.
Thank you, Council President. So as the council said tonight, there's really a lot of great things going on in Toms River, and I encourage the residents to focus on that along with the opportunities this development project is going to bring to our town. The one statement I want to make is, this project is going to be moving forward now. This council has voted to pass this. There's a lot of energy, positive energy in this room, and I ask the residents to, at this time, get behind the project and come to the planning board meetings. There's a lot of stuff that's still going to be moving on with this project, and we ask you to get involved. It's something that I live very close to where this project's getting built, and it's important to see this project succeed in a way that is going to further our town. And like I said, there's a lot of energy in this room, and I hope that continues going on with this project. And that's all, Council President.
Thank you. I also would like to congratulate all the players from Toms River Little League, their parents. You made Toms River proud once again. And as to reiterate what Councilman Turnback had said about getting the information out, yes, we could always do better. And we need to get the correct information out and not social media, fake news pages and whatnot that creates more dissension, as it has with some other bigger issues in the town than it solves. Certainly, we're all approachable up here. We all live in town. We want to see the town grow and succeed. None of us are here to do any ill will, and that's it. I'll open the floor up to public comment at this time. Yes, ma'am. Just state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Julie Adamek, and it's Cedar Grove Road in Toms River. I'm changing the subject completely from what we've been discussing this evening. I'm really here tonight to bring to the attention of the full council in Toms River the issue that I see with traffic safety in Toms River, which really seems to be getting significantly worse. Just recently, I've been noticing a motorcycle that has been doing wheelies on Indian Hill Road. I spoke to my neighbor this morning, and she told me that she and her husband saw a motorcycle going down Cedar Grove Road down by the elementary school, doing a wheelie with the entire front of the bike in the air. I spoke to a friend in Shelter Cove. She's seen a motorcyclist doing a wheelie. Whether it's the same person or not, I don't really know, but I was shocked when the person was coming towards me, going, the opposite direction on Indian Hill Road. I had to take a double take. I couldn't believe it. That was one thing. I've been on the road, and I was at Cedar Grove and Bay Avenue. Bay Avenue at that area is extremely busy. A car was at the red light and was in the left lane there by the Assembly of God Church, and it turned left on a red light on Bay Avenue at a busy time. I've also been on Clifton Avenue and Cedar Grove Road at where we were behind a car. Again, the light was red, and the car turned left on a red. And then I've also brought to some of the people on the council, the mayor's office, the issue just north of Route 37 and Hooper Avenue, where the Howard Johnson's and the One Stop is, In that one little block area, the number of traffic violations on a daily basis is astronomical. It is morning, noon, and night. People that come south on Hooper Avenue and come to where the cement wall ends, and they make a U-turn around that and head north. There are people that come off of Route 37 from the beach area and make a right onto Hooper Avenue at the one stop, and they do a U-turn in the middle of 6 lanes right at in the northbound lanes. I've seen people at Cedar Grove Road shoot across 5 lanes of traffic to get into the southbound Hooper Avenue lane because they want to make a right to go to the Parkway. All kinds of scenarios. People coming around the jug handle there on Division Street, and they come out and they actually go around the walls, cement wall, and making a left, going around the cement wall, which is not even allowed, and they head north onto Hooper Avenue. Or they come south on Hooper and they turn left into Cedar Grove Road, and there's a little median there, and they turn around right there illegally and head out and then head north on Hooper. And this has been going on since last year. And the only reason I actually noticed it was because during the pandemic, we were kind of restricted where we could walk, so I started walking in the area that I live, and the first time I was out walking, I heard a crash, and I saw a vehicle that had shot out of Cedar Grove Road to the strip mall across, which was 6 lanes of traffic, and hit the no U-turn in the middle of this cement wall where it starts to lower to like 6 inches, and it knocked it down. And a motorist on Hooper Avenue was traveling south, and he stopped his car in the middle of the 3 southbound lanes. Just stopped it, no flashers on or anything. Got out of the car, and he picked up the sign and put it into the median. And I said to myself, that guy could have gotten killed by stopping like that to pick up this sign. And I've been bringing this up to the attention of public officials for over a year now. I think I started in June. I've also brought this up to the county commissioners, the county engineer, the Toms River Police Department, the Toms River Safety Office Department. I'm bringing it to the attention to everyone now because I wanted people in the audience to know about it too.
Okay.
I figure they can tell their friends. Maybe I'll save a life tonight.
All right. Well, thank you. I know the chief of police recently issued a press release of, zero tolerance. I do agree, probably during COVID, there was some hesitation to interact with people, but certainly they've asked all the officers to kind of step up their game and whatnot because of issues like this, but thank you. Okay. Yes, sir.
Hi again. So the one thing that I took from today, Tom
name and
Forgione,
address
Tom
for the record.
Forgione. The one thing I took from today's meeting, and I appreciate everybody, and thank you for voting, no matter how you voted. I think that what we're having is a problem with information dissemination on our website. And although the website has been redesigned, I think that it's just a bunch of information that people have to dig real deep to find. And I'm sure some of you know, I've been in this business for 30 years, and I am a usability expert when it comes to website design and getting people to the right information. So I would be willing at this time to offer my services free of charge if we can create some sort of committee, or maybe not a committee, I don't know, a couple people that would be involved in helping put the information in a more palatable way on the website for the citizens to find easier. It is a little bit cumbersome. And I've done some some of you know me, I've done some really big websites, and it hasn't been as hard to find things as it is on your website. So I would be willing to do that for free. If you would like to create a committee, I won't do the work for free, I'll give you the counseling for free. But I think that's a big problem that people are bringing up. They can't find the information even though it's there. And there's a reason for that. If you look at your website, when I look at it, I see that it's a big problem. IT doesn't have the expertise in this, and all the departments are just throwing information on the website, but it's not enough to do that. So if you need help, I'm offering it. It's absolutely free. I don't want any money. I don't want to take any business from you. I don't want you to ask me to do anything for you. I just want to help the town. And that's what I would willing, if we could maybe put that on the next agenda, to maybe form a committee. Because social media is being blasted all over the place with wrong information. It's not tied to the website at all. There's nothing that is really great for citizens that don't understand technology to be able to find things on the website. I'm sure you're all nodding because you agree. This is hard. So how do we do that?
Yeah. If you have a business card, you can leave it with the.
Well, I don't want to take business from you. I'm willing to do it.
Leave a
You know,
business card,
okay.
you know, we'll reach out.
Yeah, because let's figure something out.
Thank
We could definitely make it better.
Thank you
Okay?
very much.
You're welcome. And thank you all. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to be heard? Ms. Tormolen?
It's way past my bedtime, Dana Tremolin, Messenger Street. It's way past my bedtime, and I won't keep you long. Kevin, Councilman Gagan, you said something earlier that triggered a thought in my mind, that people didn't want to come out because they were afraid they'd be ridiculed by us, the residents. When in actuality, again, last week I said we never wanted an us versus them.
Right.
But we, the gentleman who just spoke, being one of them, attacked us. So I just want everybody here to hear part of the letter that I sent regarding this. While we hope you understand that we are not against the revitalization of downtown, we ask that you consider our concerns of things in the agreement that we were unaware of. We want to work with you on this project as best we can. We would like to be a part of the committees, which you have since mentioned, that will have a direct impact on our part of town. We are not just a part of Toms River. We are part of history of Toms River, because most of us not only are raising our families here, but we were raised here as well. So, sir, again, if you thought that any of us were not in favor of this, you weren't listening. And please understand that. Thank you.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard? Yes, ma'am. Let me go with this, the woman in the stripe. One moment, Mr. Tremolo. Give her a chance to speak. Name and address.
Yeah,
Record,
Elizabeth
please.
Puglisi, 7B Westlake Drive, Manchester. I'm just going to make this brief statement. Once again, my concern is for the children, and the term, if you build it, they will come. Who do we want to come? Who are we looking to come into our town, our community? I think I mentioned last week that we have 10 elementary schools, if I'm correct, 3 middle schools, and 3 high schools. Who are we attracting into our community that we need the revenue more than the safety of our children? I'm not saying people shouldn't come into our community. I'm saying that if we build it, they will come. We need to recognize what that means and what that stands for. And I just wanted to make one other note. We're coming up on the anniversary of 9/11. And after 9/11, what an unfortunate and horrific event. We had an influx of people coming into our state, our community, our town, and our county. It was not to the benefit of the people or the children. 20 years later, we see that. So all I'm saying is, as we mark the anniversary of the 20 years from 9/11, and as we move forward in trying to gain revenue into our community, our city, and our town, I hope that we think about how we want to advertise and who we want in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Termolen.
Bob Termolen, 109 Messenger Street. This has to do with communication. I heard it like at the end of the discussion about the downtown development. It was the Chamber of Commerce, Business Improvement, and you people. There was one group missing. as far as I'm concerned, and a lot of the projects that are going around town, that same group is still missing. There's nobody, no citizen on any of these committees. There's no normal person living in town. It's few people, a group, the bid, there's the group, the Chamber of Commerce, but there's no communications, no input directly. This could have been avoided possibly if we had some community people that were involved in these projects. And I think that should be looked into in the future. I know we elect you people, we expect you to vote, but that's not what this is about. This is about how this whole project and any further projects impact this town. There should be somebody from the local community involved in the committees. And I think that could have assisted a lot of, this could have all been avoided, I think, if there had been some input. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Williams.
So, real quick, obviously, I'm not necessarily happy with the way that things went on with the vote today. But with that being said, several of you on this dais know where my heart and my passion is for downtown. I give a lot. I give what I can to my community in terms of my photo and video services. And you know, I try to encourage people to come to the downtown, especially on Friday and Saturday nights, and sometimes on the Sundays now, you know, and anything else. But it concerned me that there hasn't been the communication, and I truly appreciate the sentiments of several of you about wanting to generally improve that. Because as some people have just mentioned, a lot of the angst could have and should have been avoided had there been better communication and better transparency about what was going on. And so those are my thoughts on that. But another thing I want to touch on real quick is that I had a photo studio on Main Street a few years ago, and I had that for a number of years, and circumstances dictated that I had to close down. And then I was kind of operating with a buddy of mine on Washington Street, and then there was the pandemic of last year, and then he had to close down his location. And I've been searching, and I've pretty much given up by now, but I've been searching for a new location for a photo studio, for a photo video studio. And I just want to put it to you what my vision is, and that it is not so much a photo and video studio for me to make money. What I'm envisioning is a location in the downtown area that would be inviting for other photo and video creators to come and collaborate and work together. And I already have a commitment from the photo center in Bricktown, who is probably the biggest supplier of that equipment in this area, that they would come in and offer classes and tutorials and kind of assist in the building of this community, because we don't have anything of that sort in the photo video nature in this area. And my efforts to find a location have been stymied, especially in the downtown area, not because there isn't spaces available, because of the rate that the owners of these buildings are asking for. And I'm specifically talking about one space on Main Street. It's 26 Main Street. The whole first floor is vacant. And they're doing some remodeling upstairs, and there's another space right across the street from Town Hall here. Almost the whole first floor is vacant. So there's people, myself one of them, that want to come to the downtown area. They want to help be a part of the revitalization. But it's cost prohibitive, there's lack of parking, and there's all these other things where what we also need, in addition to developers and redevelopers, are creative thinking. We need people thinking creatively, just as we thought creatively about shutting down that part of Washington Street, on the Friday and Saturday nights. Like, what did that cost taxpayers? I think close to nothing. And that enabled those businesses to thrive during an era of COVID. And I would submit to you that, if we start thinking creatively about how we can cost efficiently help to redevelop and encourage businesses to come into the downtown area, I think that would help tremendously, because this project is great, but I don't see the correlation between that project and helping these businesses on Washington and Main Street that also want to thrive. So with that, I submit to you, and I thank you for your time.
Have you looked at the bid incubator spaces?
Yes.
Are they too small?
Not that it's not necessarily it's too small, because there are small things that can be done there. But the dilemma that I have with the shops on Main,
Yes.
the dilemma I always had, and I actually had the application, and I wanted to go through all that, but then I found out that it has to be retail, and you have to be there all day.
Okay.
And that was cost prohibitive for me, because as a photographer and videographer, I can't always be in the shop, like, because someone wants to do a shoot somewhere else, or it's a wedding. Weddings are the bread and butter. You can't do that in a retail stop. But on that note, just again to reemphasize, the vision that I have, what I have been wanting to create in the downtown area is a space, and I think 26 Main would have been great for it. It's just not cost efficient, like 19.25 square foot. When I want 1,500 square feet, I'm waking up the first of every month over $2,000 in the hole, and I will die like every month, like trying to make sure I hit that nut plus pay my bills. But I think that this would have been a great idea. The height of the ceilings were great, the space was wide enough, and there's a lot that could have been done, and I think still can be done if there's some collaborative and creative things that can be come up with. And if any of you have any ideas, several of you know how to contact me. But this is something that I would like to be able to help with the community.
Thank you.
Thank you
very much. Yes, ma'am.
Catherine Galeotto Gillespie in Greenview Way in Toms River. Just wanted to thank everyone for all their efforts on the skate park. As a longtime roller skater, I can tell you that besides skateboarders, roller skaters, inline, scooters, they're all very excited to have this facility, and I'm sure they can't wait to see what the rules might be. And I hear that they're passed on first ordinance, so I'm looking forward to seeing what those rules might be. And thank you, Mayor and Council, for all your work getting the new VA clinic pledged for Toms River. I knew that was a very long fight and a lot of collaboration between agencies like the VA, Congressman Kinn's office, all the veterans organizations that went in to do that, and the things that you passed tonight to help pave the way literally for that. My husband is a veteran, and as so many veterans have to do that are in Toms River, we go up to East Orange, that's quite a trip, or to the outdated or sort of cramped, aging brick VA Seabach. So having something new and state-of-the-art here in Toms River, I thank you for that. To that end, I wanted to share a resource on the Veterans Front. There's an organization, maybe you're aware of it, a nonprofit based in Toms River called Recalibrate. And Recalibrate is a veteran peer support group. We're now meeting again in person for veterans on the third Wednesday of the month across the street in the VFW Hall. And there's also a peer support group for veteran spouses and partners that happens the first Tuesday of the month in Emmanuel Church in Bayville. And if you consider yourself a veteran or a veteran spouse or partner, please look up Recalibrate. We're at recalibrateusa.org.
Great
Thank you.
organization.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you. Does any other member of the public wish to be heard? Seeing none, I'll take a motion to close public comment. Oh, I didn't see you raise your hand. I thought you were running out to do something else.
Jennifer Howe, Admiral Avenue. A few things. When we did pass the referendum, Mr. Turnbuck, you're correct. We did have the residents come out. We went, I think it was every night for 3 weeks. And I love that everyone's on board with that, but that's something it gets aggravating because you pass this and then you're all like, and now we're going to make sure that we listen to the residents, but you already passed it. So I don't think you're being dishonest. I believe you. I know you want to hear before you make decisions, because then you don't have to have meetings like this. Believe me, I know. But that's why you should have tabled it for 2 weeks. If you tabled it for 2 weeks and said, listen, we do care, we need to be more transparent, let's have one big, one more community thing, or just give it some time to sit. When you do things, when you agree after you already decided, and I disagree with you, Mr. Gagan. I don't think people didn't come because they didn't want to. I'm sorry, but if you look at the people that were speaking tonight, no one's going crazy, and it's not you. When you say things like that, you make it this group versus this group. See, I see it at our meetings all the time. You point out that this group and this group, but nobody stood up here tonight other than someone from the bid, a business owner. No residents came here and said, this is fantastic. There's not a line of people saying we want this, because they don't care either way. But when you have a whole group that comes in and says, we really just need some time to read this material, and you vote on it anyway, and then after you said, so now for the next stuff, we're going to listen to you, it kind of stinks a little bit. It doesn't feel right. And I hope going forward there is a community council. I love this town. I sacrifice a lot of time for this town. Mr. Latano, we're friends. Our kids are friends. When you say that our enrollment is down and that's why it affects our budget, it breaks my heart and kills me, because we've been fighting S2, and that's what the governor's office tells us. We are so efficient. Bill Doring wins awards every year at how efficient our budget is. We run lower than almost every single school district in this whole entire state. We are not funded properly, and it's not because our enrollment's down. It's not. It's because we're underfunded. We are severely underfunded, and it has nothing to do with our enrollment going down. And the governor's office says it all the time, and Bill Doring puts together a whole presentation, and he wins awards for it, and it's just because we're a Republican area, and that's why we lose money, and it's obvious, and I don't like saying that out loud, but it's true. But it has nothing to do with our enrollment being down, because our cost is going up. Costs go up for everything. So yes, we're losing students, and we can welcome a lot more students into town. We can, and we will, but it is getting more expensive. So when you say that our enrollment's down, and that's why we're losing money, has nothing to do with it. Just like adding 23 kids doesn't make all the expenses go up, losing 23 kids doesn't make all the expenses go down. We can have classrooms with 11 kids and still pay the teacher the same amount of money if she's teaching 28 kids. So the argument works both ways. So when I hear things like that and I sit through these meetings, and if you want to know more, Bill will show you how efficient we are. When you say things like that, and it's frustrating, but we all need to communicate better to learn more. But I just want to say, making your decisions is terrible. It's hard, I know, and you're doing the best thing for the town. But when a whole group of people comes in and tells you, we really just need more time, next time, it really doesn't hurt to give 2 more weeks, because it didn't really matter if you waited 2 more weeks. It didn't. Just to make everyone feel like they can trust you and they can feel comfortable coming to meetings, 2 more weeks wouldn't have done any harm to anyone. So thank you for your time. I know it's really super late for you guys to be here, so have a good night.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to be heard? Okay.
Seeing none, move to close public comment.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. No.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
No, the thing Allison thought she had is actually a union job, so they have to.
Is this for the public? Yeah. Okay.